All right, folks, we're just 2 minutes away from the show we've all been waiting for, The Lion's Den. You know it's about to be crazy, interesting, and downright hilarious tonight. If you've been here before, you already know why this is one of the few shows that keeps you glued to the screen the entire time. The host, fearless. What can I say? The man's a legend. Handsome, well-built, and an intellectual powerhouse. Quick-witted doesn't even begin to describe him. This guy handles every topic like a pro and never misses a beat. And you can't forget Keenal from Black Man Travels. Deep thinker, always dropping knowledge, bringing those big conversations that really make you sit back and reflect. He's all about opening up your mind to new perspectives. Oh, and when Ronan steps in, it's a whole different vibe. The man brings balance, discipline, and humor all wrapped into one. He's the kind of guy that can crack you up 1 second and drop wisdom the next. This is grown folks talk. No nonsense, no drama. Just real, respectful conversations. They get into the deep stuff, but they always respect everyone's viewpoint. You can trust the Lion's Den to bring real, unfiltered, adult conversations with that perfect mix of intellect and fun. You've got your popcorn ready, right? Because in just about a minute, this place is gonna light up. Get comfortable, hit that subscribe button if you haven't, and make sure you're locked in. Let's go. The Lion's Den is about to start.
All right, it's almost time. I've been waiting for this all week. Is it just me, or does time slow down when you're waiting for the Lion's Den to start?
Come on, let's go. I got things to say tonight. I'm ready to hop on the panel. You better have subscribed already. If you haven't hit that subscribe button and smash the like by now, what are you waiting for? You gotta support the Den, people.
Hit that notification bell too, unless you want to miss out and hear about it later.
This is the show you don't want to miss. Every week I'm here waiting. The energy, the conversations, it's about to get real.
Tick tock, I swear this is the longest minute of my life.
Tick tock, tick tock. The panel tonight's gonna be fire. I can feel it. Who's joining tonight? Let's go. Hit that subscribe button already.
Yo, grab your popcorn, grab your drink. It's about to go down. You're not ready for what's coming. I got my snacks, my drink,
And I'm locked in.
Let's get this show started.
All right. Quiet down. The show's about to start. Everyone ready?
Silence. The Lion's Den is about to begin. Let's go.
All right, everybody, welcome. It's Thursday night therapy. We're gonna do something a little.
Forget that intro. It's not Friday yet. Friday's tomorrow.
But
forget that now. Yeah, go ahead.
Thursday night therapy. We got this going on, and this tonight is going to be a little bit out of our wheelbarrow. So we have experience in a lot of things. So this one we do not have as much depth or experience in. So we are going to rely on a therapist to really take us through this. So tonight last week, if you watched the show, I thought American Live would join because this was actually his idea and his what he said we should talk about. So that's how it is. We talk about it and he don't show up. So maybe he will later on. It might be a little early over in Thailand. But we were talking about childhood sexual trauma. And when people have that trauma, when they bring it into adulthood, if they actually deal with that. So we want to talk about that. We want to also talk about when there's a victim. So, if you've suffered from that childhood trauma or sexual assault as a young person and you go into adulthood, how is your dating? How does that fare out for you? And also the third thing is, are there people out there that target these people? And I talk about when you talk about trafficking or things like that, it seems like they go after those people who have that suffering, or there's some type of abuse, or the people look out for that. Or do those people who've done that already, when they say, those victims go after victims. So that's something we want to talk about. So one of the first questions I think we wanted to ask, and then we'll let Georgia go through with everything, is to you, Ronan. Have you ever, American Live, this was your topic, my friend. You wanted to talk about this subject, and this is what we are bringing up. This is what we do. We are talking about those traumas. So the first question you said to ask, and we're going to ask, I'll ask Ronan, and then I'll answer. Would you ever date, or have you ever dated someone who has been essayed or is a victim of sexual assault trauma? And would you do that again?
Oh man, this is a rough topic. And the reason I say it's rough, and I feel for a lot of women, because I think they go through it more than men do, even though I think men don't talk about it as much. Um, a lot of women that I have dated in the past, a very high percentage, I would say 70% of them, have suffered from some kind of assault when they were children, in one way or fashion. And so they've come into the relationship with me with some type of trauma that I've sensed, and kind of got them to talk to me about and help them through seeking therapy and getting help, because all I can do is identify things in people. I can't fix them. I'm not a therapist, but I encourage them to go through therapy to get the proper help they've had. But I've dated several women. I mean, an undisclosed amount of women that have gone through some type of physical or sexual trauma while I was dating, or before I was dating them. So I don't want to go into the details of all of them, but they're somewhat similar, whether it be somebody in the family or a close member to a family, and sometimes even a step uncle or something, but I would have to defer to what The Color Purple said with the line that Oprah used in All My Life I Had to Fight. So to me, I would say, and I don't want to say that, and I want Georgia to clear that up, whether her majority of her patients are more male or female that deal in this arena. But on my side of it, and from my perception, it's heavily on the female side more so than on the men's side, but I've seen it a lot.
Well, I think that men are just as affected by sexual trauma as girls or women. However, men are less likely to disclose to their partner. And unfortunately, they're less likely to open up immediately in therapy if they've been a victim. So it would be interesting to go back in females dating past to see how many men they've been involved with that were victims, and just they never disclosed it. Women are more likely to disclose what's going on with a partner that they trust, not always, but women are more likely to open up about it than men are.
Well, I'll answer this question since this is a no judgment zone. Knowing prior to dating someone, did I know? No, I never knew. Would I ever date someone who was a victim? No, I would not. And the reason is I did date a lady, and from that experience, I don't think I would go through that again. So for several reasons. One reason is I think we were just joking and playing around, or play fighting, pillow fighting, or whatever. And it must have set off like a PTSD, where they were like shocked. And then I'm like, what the hell did I do? I'm thinking what I did was not triggering enough to cause that reaction, because we had never been in that circumstance. And then to come find out that, that's something that they had dealt with. So the reason I couldn't is it made me walk on eggshells thereafter. So I always felt like I don't know what will trigger this. Number two, there was anger on my part. So even though, when you care about someone and then you hear that this happened to them, this may have happened years ago. But to me, this happened yesterday, or whenever I was told. That's when my experience of it started happening. And it made me angry because there's nothing I could do. It's like something happens to someone you care about, and then there's nothing you can do to solve the problem, do anything about it. And you're angry because it happened to them, but there's nothing you can do. The third reason is, I'll say it, I was victim blamed. I victim blamed. And here's why. The person, I guess, who had done this to her was maybe an extended part of the family. And I could not understand how we can go to a function and that person still be there. And you still talk to them, you associate with them, and you go around them. And I'm like, hold up, I can't be angrier than you. And I found myself being angry at the person Because I'm like, to me, this just happened. I'm ready to fight. What you smiling in my face for? And then I'm looking at her like, what you talking to him for? What's up? So I'm feeling that I'm angry. And then I felt that I started victim blaming. Like, hold up now. What did you do? Why aren't you mad? Why aren't you angry? Why are you still friends? And it just got to the point where I said, you know what, that's not a good situation for me, because I'm putting them in a bad situation. I'm putting myself in a bad situation. And it's a trauma that I don't want to have to deal with. And so it feels like I have to either fix them. I'm either going to be angry. And then I'm putting all of the assault and all of the feelings that she had, I was taking all that on. And I'm like, this didn't happen to me. I wasn't the victim. I didn't experience it, but I'm taking on all of her hurt, her pain. And so that comes to me. And I was like, it's just not, it's a toxic situation for me. And I don't want to be in that toxic situation again.
So, it's interesting that you say you wouldn't put yourself in that situation again, because unfortunately, after you dated her, you definitely dated other women who were victims. They just didn't open up to you. So you didn't knowingly date somebody who was, but the percentage of women who've been abused as children is very high. So the likelihood that you came across that again, it most likely happened. And it's unfortunate because, some of the women I've dealt with in and outside of therapy, they don't want to open up to their partners because of that, because why didn't you do this? Or why is this person still around? Why didn't you tell? And it's never okay to blame the victim, ever. And I think it's important that when men run across this situation, not to say, oh, this isn't something I can deal with, but to educate yourself, educate yourself about what this looks like and how this is going to present in your relationship. And not necessarily, well, this is somebody who's damaged. I don't want to deal with her. It's important. Be responsible. If you're dating a woman that you really love and she struggles with financial situation, are you going to leave her, or are you going to educate her on what can be done and educate yourself on how you can support her? So, again, the chances are that you did come across this again in your dating life is very high.
Well, you're talking about, 25 so years ago. So there wasn't the internet or anything like that to go to. You're talking about the time of, there just wasn't those outlets to try to do it. That's one. But two, even if I didn't and I came across it, I just don't want to do that. I'm at a point where I can't fix anymore. And that's what, it may be joking when I say I don't want to train a pit bull. But what I mean by that is when you already have someone that's gone through that, now I just don't want to put myself in that situation anymore. It's just too traumatic for me. It makes me angry, and I don't want to live like that. And so I understand what you're saying, where you say, would you fix someone or do that? I guess there comes a point where you have to come kind of prepackaged. You got to come prepared. You should not be coming to me in my relationship if you have not already gone through therapy and things like that. I'm not trying to fix them. I can't do it. And what I used to do a long time ago. So you understand my background. And what I had always seen was it was a repetitive pattern. And I'll give you some of the repetitive patterns that I've seen. I have seen women who were victims, like DV. And, you would think they leave. Sometimes they do leave, and that would be great. But then the next partner they would have would be doing the same exact thing. So they really never left the situation. They just traded one bad person for another bad person. And then I started to see those signs, and I wanted to stay away from it. What are those signs that I'm talking about? Love was through being argumentative, was through being abusive. And they would try to do things that would egg you on. like love to them was shown through aggression, was shown through being very upset. And I dated someone like that when it was so crazy, because when it was calm, when nothing was going on, it was scary, because you were waiting for it. You were waiting for the next thing to drop. It was like, nothing is going, we're not arguing. This is how it's supposed to be. But to them, that was unsettling. The calm was, they couldn't live in the calm. They had to live in the drama. And I just don't, when I seen that, I said, there's no way I can go through that anymore. And as a guy, what should we do? Should we be to repair people for them? Especially if you're not married, you're just dating. Why should a guy have to repair a person that he's just dating? He should be able to say, why don't you go get help? And maybe I can be there from a distance. But I wouldn't put that on a guy or a girl to try to help through someone's unsolved trauma if they're not in a relationship. Now, I could be wrong. That's why you're here to tell us.
Well, I mean, I think that for a man to feel like he's there to fix any woman, that's an ego issue. You're not there to fix a woman. In relationships, neither one of you are coming to the table perfect. And both of you could probably use therapy. So I think, to say a woman can't come to me unless she's been to therapy, well, chances are the man also needs therapy for whatever he's gone through. So there's not a situation out there, to me, with being in this field for so long, there's really not a situation where both the man and the woman, or partners, whether it be same sex or whatever, that they can't benefit from therapy. But therapy is beneficial for everybody. Whether it is premarital counseling, whether it is we're in a new marriage and we want to make sure that we navigate difficult situations appropriately. You don't have to come into therapy with all hell breaking loose before you reach out. You can actually come into therapy and things be okay, and you want it to stay that way. So it's never a man's responsibility to fix any woman, and vice versa. It's never a woman's responsibility to fix a man. So again, if a man is coming into a situation thinking he's got to fix something, well, he needs to look at himself. Why do you feel like this is your cape to put on?
That's why I said I wouldn't. Meaning, if they have unresolved issues that they have not dealt with, that's on them. I don't. If that's just a girlfriend, why am I going? I'm not going through that. I don't think any partner should. That person needs to come to.
I have to push back. It depends on the man and whether he feels like she's worthy of his time to help her. Nobody should be forced into feeling like they're obligated to somebody that might have an issue. But if you feel like that woman is somebody of value to you and you want to help her, then you're going to do that. Shouldn't matter that she came to you damaged. Everybody, like she said, has some type of trauma. Even you've dealt with some kind of trauma by the way you were brought up. I was dealing with trauma the way I was brought up. We deal with our traumas in different ways. And if you see that manifesting in a negative way, but you feel like the woman is of value, you should be able to contribute to helping her get better. All that should do is bring y'all closer together.
No, I'm not doing that. I mean, I don't care what y'all say. I've been with people I've seen people trauma bond. So where they have where it's like we both got these issues, and the issue is what keeps them together. It's not the love, it's that they both have this. Like, you can probably relate to people who were in the war. Why? Or were in the army, because you both had that same experience,
right?
And somebody who hasn't had that same experience, when you talk about those things, it's very difficult for them to relate. So, there just comes a point. I mean, I'm saying I dealt with that, and I would not go through it again. Yeah. All right. So let me ask you a question. Would you go through that again?
I have, and I can't plan on not having to go through it again. You have to address each person as they come. You don't know what they've been through. And like you said, you don't realize it until after you're already involved with the person or not. And once you realize there's something going on, that's when you make a conscious choice of whether you're going to stay and help her through it, or you voluntarily, like you said, step away. But that's
I step away.
Choice. That's every one man's choice to figure out whether they want to make that or not.
And I think there's levels to the trauma. I think there's levels to the trauma that you deal with someone. I mean, there's some things that, you know, I mean, I don't know what y'all saying. I know me. So if I know me better than y'all know me, I know how I'm going to deal with a situation. And so it would be best for me not to put myself in that situation. Why put myself into something I already know how I'm going to react to it? So instead of even involving myself in that situation, like doing the drama or whatever, drama, arguing, I've been in those type of relationships when I was young, and that taught me to never want to look out for those signs, those red flags, and to make sure that I don't go with that anymore.
Okay, but all women who have been a victim of childhood abuse doesn't present the same way in adulthood.
It sure
So
does
you're
not.
saying that, you know, you're not going to deal with a woman because she's full of drama and she can't live in quiet. That's not how all women, that's not how it presents in all people. That's unfortunately what you've been exposed to, but that's not everybody. However, I have to appreciate your stance on that. I can't say, well, you're wrong for feeling that way. There's certain men that I wouldn't date. So, and because of my experience. So, no, I'm not going to say you're wrong for it. But I think if you are in an established relationship, like Ronan said, and this is somebody you can see a future with, if you say, you know what, she's got this going on and I just found out about it, so I'm stepping away. Well, that's the lack of maturity. You know, we all have stuff that we can work on.
But what has to happen is, and I'm telling you, I've done through that. I can tell them, you need therapy. You need to go see someone.
Tell anybody they need therapy.
All right. So let's say let's go with your scenario. They had that trauma. They don't go see therapy. They don't think they need therapy. They don't think that they need to resolve that issue, even though it presents itself. What am I to do? Even though I said, maybe you need to go see someone. So you're saying I can't tell them to go see someone. And so now I'm just going to sit here and just, okay, what do we do? That's just like if you're with someone who is abusive, not physically, maybe just emotionally. And you're like, yeah, you know, this isn't working out. You need to talk. I love you, but they're not working on their issue. How long am I supposed to put myself in a situation when they're not willing to work on their issue?
Well, you're not. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that I just said, you know, I don't disagree with the fact that this is a relationship you choose not to be in. I'm saying if you're in an established relationship with somebody and this is something that comes up and you're going to see signs of it. That if this is somebody you truly care about, then you're willing to say, you know, we've got to figure this out. Now, letting somebody know that they could benefit from therapy is different from saying you need therapy. And unfortunately, men go that route and women go that route to be hurtful and not be supportive. There's a time and a place to have those conversations. And it's not going to be in the middle of a person having a breakdown of whatever's happened to say you need therapy. No, you have to wait till the situation has calmed down and you're in a neutral space and say, hey, this is what happened the other day. How, you know, what are some things that we can do to start thinking about how to fix this, how to take care of this? You know, maybe.
But like you said, I can't force anyone. So if I can't force that person to do it, it's not a we anymore.
I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not going to stay in a situation where the other partner's not willing to get some help. I'm not going to do that. And I don't expect a man to do that, regardless if it's childhood trauma, if it's something with finances, if it's, you know, whatever. I don't expect anybody to stay in a situation where the other partner is refusing to do anything different. But
you kind of said it was immature for me to walk away. And I'm saying the complete opposite. I think it's more mature for you to be like, you know what, I know myself enough to not put myself in those situations.
No, I'm saying it's immature. If this situation presents itself, you all haven't had any conversation. You're like, okay, you just told me last night that you've been a victim of this. I'm out. No. If she says, you know what, I something happened to me, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and you're thinking, well, you need to get you need to talk to somebody. What can we do? How can we address this? And if she said, well, I don't want to deal with it. That's a different situation. You've got somebody who just flat out does not want to deal with what happened. It's going to continue to come up in the relationship.
And if you listen to the story I said, what did I say? it seems as though they didn't want to deal with it. Meaning I had more anger about the situation than they did. It was almost like, oh, that's cool, everything good. Well, hold up. It's not good because you're still having this PTSD. You're still going through this. So your situation has not resolved itself. You've kind of just put it in a part of your mind where you don't have to deal with it.
Again, I agree. If it continues to present issues in the relationship, that's one thing. If this is something that she has locked away in a box and she just doesn't want to deal with, and it is not presenting issues in your relationship, sometimes people are better off just leaving it in that box. There's been a lot of damage that's been done by literally somebody going to therapy, and all this stuff starts surfacing and their whole life falls apart. There's a way to do things. So, again, if it's presenting issues in the relationship, then, and that person's just refusing, male or female, that person's refusing to address it, then yes, that's probably a time for somebody to say, you know what, we've got to make a decision here. So I just think when there's reluctance or resistance on addressing anything in the relationship that is causing a problem, then it's probably time to sever ties.
That's where I'm in agreement with.
So right now, while we're in this point of the conversation, why don't you say what would be the proper way if somebody ran into a situation like this where they see there's a trauma and a person that you're dating, male or female, because I know we have both genders in this room. What would be the proper way to broach the conversation?
Okay, so and I'm glad you asked that. So it's literally not in the midst of however it's coming up. It's not in the midst of a woman breaking down or a man breaking down. You have to literally wait till the situation calms down and say, hey, let's sit down and talk, undisturbed conversation. Where are you with this? Are you ready to deal with it? How would you like to deal with it? Ask questions versus telling somebody they need therapy. Sometimes, honestly, as much as I love my profession, sometimes a therapist isn't the best help. Sometimes somebody needs a family member or a friend to sit down and listen to them and literally just tell their story. And sometimes that's enough depending on the level of trauma that's going on. And I'm not going to say every person who has been a victim of something needs to go to therapy, because there's other ways. There's therapy that goes on in barbershops every day. There's therapy that goes on in hair salons, at nail salons, whatever. There's conversations that get started that are beneficial because some people are not willing to open up to a stranger. A stranger like a therapist, a stranger at the nail salon, and a stranger who's doing your hair. It's a different situation. So, beauticians and hairstylists, barbers, they actually serve a dual role. And I have to appreciate the fact that many of these people who do hair actually serve as therapists, and they, some of them realize it, some of them don't.
And I didn't say, I don't want to, I mean, you kind of put it like I was just like, hey, you need to go do this. That was not the case. It was over a period of time, and it wasn't go do it. It was, I don't think I'm qualified. I don't think I'm qualified to talk to you about this. And I don't think my reaction to it is going to benefit you in any way. Because not only, I mean, what you got to say is not only how the experience that she felt, you got to think about who you're telling it to, how they're going to react. And so I knew how I was already reacting. I'm wanting to fight everybody. I'm blaming everybody. I'm going here. If I'm reacting like that, that's not a good situation for me. And I just didn't want to put myself in that situation, because I'm looking at it like, man, somebody smiling in my face. We smiling. Now this person who was the victimizer obviously didn't even know the perpetrator probably didn't even know that I knew. So now my whole look, my whole attitude, everything is changing. And now I'm the one, when it's a family event, that I'm the uncomfortable one out, because I'm looking at everybody like, hey, y'all, this how y'all just hiding this? Nobody talk. Y'all cool with this? Yeah, y'all are very cool. And I felt as though it didn't happen to me. Why am I carrying this anger? And why am I the angriest person in the room? It's not a good situation for me to be in. Because now I'm not only looking at him, I'm looking at her, I'm looking at the mama, I'm looking at what the hell? And then I'm starting to think, what happens if, and then it goes scenario. What if I have a daughter? What if this happens to my daughter and they were then? Is this the family secret that nobody's going to tell me about? Is this how y'all going to hide this? Is this? And I just said, so what you keep saying is, what I don't think you understand is there's two victims in there. There's the victim that it happened to, and then there's also the other person that cares about them that it happens to.
I didn't say it was going to be easy, brother, but that's your choice again.
And I just got to the point where
it comes down to how much you care for the person when you find out.
So I'll ask you, Georgia, when you were young, maybe you could have dated someone who was maybe a little financially irresponsible because they're younger. As you get older, don't you think that, man, maybe they should, I don't want to date anybody who's not responsible. I kind of want somebody who's a little more, their finances a little bit better. They know how to save money a little bit better. The things you would have dealt with when you were 20, because they just out blowing money, and you get older, you say, man, yeah, that's not good. They haven't learned in all them years.
Right.
That's how I felt. Maybe 20, but 30, 40, no. Because I'm like, I don't, now I'm coming to a part of my life where I don't have the time to try to fix it. And I don't want to do it. I want to marry or be with someone who is a little more complete, who has that maturity or seen in themselves that there may be a defect. I don't want to say a defect, that's a bad word. That maybe they need to talk to someone.
But here's the thing. Let me say this real quick. I can kind of hear it in Fearless's voice. The annoyance it comes from it. I learned a long time ago not to get angry for somebody else's trauma. And I also learned a long time ago it's nothing I can rescue her from. Okay, because it's already past tense. I can't protect her so much as I can encourage her not to be around the situation until she seeks help and she can handle being in the same environment. But at the end of the day, all these things are her choices. And depending on how she deals with those choices, you don't know how many years she's been browbeat to shut the hell up and just deal with it. You don't know how many other people in the family already know, and she was told to ignore it, regardless if that person was in the room or not, especially if it was family. You don't know any of those variables. You're going in cold, assuming that she's wanting to deal with the situation when she was taught to deal with it. Just like as men, we're taught to shut the hell up. There's no reason to cry. Be a man and move the fuck on. That's the way we were taught, not to be emotional. Try talking to a woman that's supposed to be emotional, was taught not to be over trauma based on the fact that her family told her to shut the fuck up.
Correct. Because
they love that family member and they don't want that family member to go to jail. So it makes that woman feel like she was chosen after the primary person that did the assaulting. These are variables that you don't think about when you're talking. When you're talking, you got to understand there's multi-levels to this woman's trauma. And she might have felt comfortable with talking to somebody way before she even met you within the family, and they told her to be quiet. Don't you say a word to anybody. So she's dealt with all that and kept it in. So even though you might be saying exactly how she feels, she can't say it out loud.
Right.
Because her family told her to shut the fuck up. She's been programmed not to say anything. So I get your frustration. Believe me, I was like that too. I'm king shit protector. I don't want nobody around anything I love like that. I will literally pummel it if I'm around it. Mm-hmm. I get the tone, but at the same time, there's so many different levels to that assumption that you're making by saying that she doesn't want to say or speak to it. Maybe she has. Maybe she has till she was blue in her face, but her parents told her to shut up.
Rona, I'm in agreement with you, but we made a point last week that I think goes with this. Remember when we talked and I said one of the requirements that I would have is if a woman had both her parents in her household,
Yeah.
That does not mean that a woman who grew up without a father is not a good woman. Does not mean that at all. There's certain signs that I look for because I'm saying, and it doesn't mean that someone who grew up with both parents in the household is not bad.
Because it does happen
Correct.
to both.
Yes. I'm just going with the what would be more prevalent. So if someone grew up with both parents, they would have more of a chance that things would be better. Now, to take this back to what we're talking about.
I don't want to agree with that. I'm calling cap on that. No,
Yeah,
go
no,
ahead.
We
Yeah.
can, brother, we can go on statistics that says if you look at prisoners, you look at sexual assault victims, it is less likely if they grew up with both parents to have that happen. When they interview guys that are in prison and they say, tell me about your family situation. I grew up single mom. The percentages are more likely if you grew up in a single parent household.
with men. With men.
Okay. And I think with women too.
But let me throw a monkey wrench into all your statistics.
We always hold up. We always say it that dads keep girls off stripper poles.
Let me throw a monkey wrench into
hold up, but let me land this plane. So I say that to say this. I look for the signs so that I can try to make the best choice to make sure that I just don't get with I wouldn't talk to someone or get someone in that situation. So I just try to avoid that situation because it's just not going to be good for either one of us. So I just try to avoid putting myself in a situation with that. And I know you say that guys aren't, you shouldn't have to fix someone, but that's the nature of a man. We try to solve problems. And if you have a good man, that's exactly what we do. We look for a problem, but if there's a problem, we try to find a solution. And when there is no solution, it frustrates us.
Well, but the thing is, when we're talking about situations like your car breaking down, something's wrong with the pipe in the house, that's different. People can't be fixed by other people. And right. I think that's the biggest misconception out there. Therapists don't fix people. We don't fix people. We don't. We allow men, women, and children the space to talk about what's going on and offer other perceptions or options or other, put the shoe on the other foot type situations. Therapists do not fix people. We don't.
I'm going to make this.
Let me take a time out.
Hold on.
Let me read the super chat.
But let me do it. But you've held me up. And let me get my points out before we take a break. Okay. So you brought out a point about statistics. And while statistics can be accurate based on who's asking the question and who they're asking, and I don't believe within a wealthy family there are no inconsistencies when it comes to abuse. Matter of fact, I think it's more so because they have the wealth to throw it under the rug.
Yes.
Because of powers that be, whether it be a lawyer, a prominent person in the community, and how much they could send that daughter off to a private school or even to a whole psychiatric ward and shut them up so that statistic never comes to light. So I don't believe just because they come from a wealthy family, they're excused from the statistic of possibly being abused. Secondly, when it comes to trauma in itself, it doesn't reveal itself right away. You could be years into a relationship before that trauma comes out in that female that you're dating. Just like people that suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder from wars, it doesn't reveal itself right away because we reprioritize things. It didn't come out in me for 10, 15 years after I was out of the military. So you can't say when you first start dating a woman, you're going to see that trauma within her right away. It took an action from you to spark that one person to even react to where you got a glimpse of that she suffers from some type of trauma. Sometimes you never see it for years. It's so underlining and so minuscule at some point because they were taught to compartmentalize it based on whoever was telling them shut up, don't say anything. They just compartmentalized it and pushed away and damn near forgot about it. It takes something sometimes to trigger a person to throw them back into that trauma and that situation. Hence PTSD, same situation. So what I'm saying to you is you can you can assume by statistics everything is on the up and up, but those aren't all variables that are considered in a lot of the statistics, especially when it comes to mental health. There's so
Right.
many things we're taught to subdue and compartmentalize and forget about it. And you really literally forget about it until something similar sparks that memory, and all of a sudden it comes out. So, with that being said, I want to go ahead and read these 2 super chats by Darnell Elliott. Appreciate the $5 super chats. His first super chat here, it says, sometimes people with issues use past trauma, which is a manipulation tactic to control their partner or spouse. That's very true. You got anything to say with that, Georgia?
It happens.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And then he has a question specifically for you. Thanks again for another $5 super chat. Miss Georgia, can you educate us on the ways to tell someone they have a problem and need help without seemingly condensing or blaming the other person? And
I think he meant condescending.
condescending. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'm sorry, read it again.
Can you help tell someone that they have a problem and need to help without seeming condescending or blaming the other person?
Yes, and that is a really good question, So one of the ways of having a conversation with somebody that you know needs some type of help is sitting down and talking to the difficulties it's posing in the relationship. One of the things, we see a lot with men and women who've been abused as children, and there's no trust. And there is not necessarily a reason why, when I'm going to focus on the woman, there's not necessarily a specific reason why the woman doesn't trust her mate. But just she's filled with a lot of insecurity. She doesn't want him to be gone from home too long. She's checking phones, this, that, and the other. There hasn't been anything done that's causing this. It's just this underlying of mistrust of everybody. And so, talking about the situations it's causing in the relationship versus saying you need help. Say, hey, we keep having this argument about this, that, and the other. Why is this happening? Or, do we need to talk to somebody about it? Because this is causing a problem. It's causing me, not to want to come home at night because, I come home and you're asking me 30 questions about where I've been. I've been at work. So there's no reason for it. Now, if the man is out cheating on her, that's one thing. But when they've had a good relationship, there's no issues, and you're starting to feel, the man is starting to feel like, oh, she's becoming clingy. She's experiencing a lot of anxiety when I have to go on these business trips. She's constantly questioning me. She's wanting to go through my things again, and there's no reason for it. There's something else going on there. So sitting down and talking about the issues it's causing and not saying you need help versus saying, hey, these are the things that keep coming up. These are the issues that we're having, and we've got to figure it out.
So can I say something to that? And this is where people get upset. When I say hurt people. And when we talk about, I know you don't like this, and this is what you like. When we say that a lot of women have had many sexual partners, and sometimes when they have that, they bring that baggage to the relationship. The baggage is what I'm talking about with you. That gentleman who went on a business trip may have never done anything. It was the 10 people before. It was everybody before that brought that trauma out. So why should that new guy be responsible for the luggage that is brought into that relationship? And that's when I say, man, be careful of the luggage that somebody's bringing, that baggage that they have. That's where the issue comes in at, that I have, that we don't know that somebody's bringing that, and we got to, why are we doing that? What's the problem? Why are you doing this? I just don't think there comes a point where if you're the guy who hasn't done anything, that you have to deal with a person who is constantly questioning you for something you haven't done.
You don't have to deal with any of it.
You don't have to deal with, thank you. You don't have to deal with it. If you're dealing with a person and some issues are coming up and they recognize that the woman recognizes it, then, and she's saying, I need to get some help for this. I need to talk to somebody about it. That's different from somebody who's just living in complete chaos all the time, not being able to trust her partner, constantly making accusations, feeling insecure, and you constantly have to reassure her, babe, I'm just going out with my friends. It becomes exhausting. And if that woman is not willing, or man is not willing to address it, then it's time to step away. But if you're dealing with somebody who's been through something and they don't even realize the issues that it's causing in a relationship, it's different. If they don't realize, okay, this is why I keep losing out on relationships, because the person just stops dealing with them, versus them knowing, well, this is something that, my ex has always said, or something like that. If it's been brought to your attention and you're refusing to do something about it, that's on the woman. But if this situation is new to her, she doesn't even realize this has been the problem and this is a new relationship, and she's willing to get the help, and you're just willing to say, I'm not gonna wait around for you to go get some help. I'm not gonna wait around for this to be okay. That's a problem.
Why is that a problem? And I got a question to ask. Why? Maybe that person didn't sign up for that.
Okay. No person comes into a relationship perfect. I don't care who you are. You don't come into a relationship perfect. And if every time something goes wrong, you're willing to say, oh, I'm not dealing with this, I'm walking away, then you're losing out on some awesome people. There are some really wonderful people that have had stuff happen to them that are out of their control. And they've never had a person patient enough to say, you know what? Yes, you need to work on yourself. You need to go, do some things. And I'm willing to be here. Now, do you wait around for 10 years? No, you don't. That's on you. If you're dumb enough to sit in a situation where it takes 10 years for somebody to finally decide to get some help, that's on you.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, what if somebody just said they didn't sign up for it? And I'll say, I'm going to use you, Ronan. And I'm just playing on some of this devil's advocate.
Yeah.
But what if you was with the woman and then you're with her for 5 years and all of a sudden your PTSD came up, something triggered it. And she was like, oh, this is not the person I married. You're not the person that I fell in love with. I did not sign up for this trauma. And this isn't what I want. Is that wrong on their behalf?
Yes. No. Yes, it's wrong.
It is.
Why is that wrong?
It's no different from a woman who comes into a situation and gets breast cancer. You didn't sign up for that either.
But didn't you take a vow in sickness and in health? Is trauma not as much sickness as it is cancer?
Correct.
I don't know. I'm asking because I know some people who just get up out.
It depends on what your commitment is. It depends on what your word is. Did you really mean the vows, or were you just saying them just to say them?
Right.
Yeah, American Talk. We're going to have you join. We're going to go over 2 more points, and we're going to have you join maybe in about 15 or 20 minutes. So I just want to shift a little bit. I want to talk about, let's get to this one. People targeting victims in the dating. And I see this a lot. I see, because I can spot it. I just choose to not deal with it. But I know people out there that see someone who is a victim or have that trauma, and they see that as a vulnerability, and they exploit that vulnerability. How I want you to tell me about the perpetrator who exploits it and the victim who I won't say allow it to happen, but if you understand, like the victim, that victim always seems to go for that perpetrator. That seems to be something that they're attracted to. That perpetrator always seems to be attracted to the person they can manipulate. Why is that?
So the quick answer is a woman who has been a victim of childhood trauma or has a history of witnessing domestic violence, in childhood. She is going to be attracted more likely than not to other abusers.
Right.
And so the man out there who was looking for a victim, he's an abuser, essentially. And he's looking for somebody. Number one, he's dealing with a whole bunch of insecurities. Any man out there who knowingly seeks out a woman who he knows needs some help, he's an abuser, and he's dealing with his own insecurities because he knows, in essence, he can't get a woman who's got all of her stuff together, mentally, financially, physically. He knows that. So that man is dealing with insecurities, and that woman is attracted to abusers because this is what she's become. This is what she knows.
So why is that? Meaning, And just the question, if
I would say
and I asked,
hold on. I would say it's a sense of normality. It's what she grew up around, so she used to seeing it, and she thinks that's the idea of love because that was demonstrated in front of her while she was growing up. So the fact she grew up in a household with abusive parents and she thought that was love because kids learn from their adults around them, she's going to seek that type of treatment too. And think that's actual legitimate love, and that if he doesn't do it that way, he doesn't really care.
Right.
But is this done consciously or unconsciously?
Because
because the people I'm referring to, they constantly say, I don't want that person. I don't want that. This one man abused me. I want out of this relationship because I don't like the abuse. I can understand that. What I can't understand is you just left a relationship that was abusive. Why are you going to another relationship? Why are you being attracted to that same thing if you already know that's not what you wanted?
Because it's comfort. It's what you know. And unfortunately, when you haven't seen any different or experienced any different, it's like a magnet. You know, it's like you're drawn to those people that you know aren't good for you, but this is what you know. This is where you're comfortable. This is where you feel wanted. An abuser is going to make the woman feel wanted in the beginning.
Now you're starting to understand what I was saying. I can spot those people who have done that. Not all of them. And I avoid them.
There's nothing wrong with that. Fearless, I'm not saying there's
I'm not.
I'm not going to go out seeking a broke man. I know what that looks like, right?
I ain't got no money. We can't
So no, I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying is if you're in a committed relationship with somebody, and I'm going to go back to my example of somebody who you're dating and you find out they have cancer. You're now married, you're in this relationship. It is no different from finding out that your spouse has an illness, physical illness. There's no different from then finding out, oh my goodness, my wife has been a victim at some point in her life. There's no difference. You've established your relationship.
But all right, now let's go with that. Let's go along those lines. They found out they got cancer and they're like, I ain't going to the doctor. I ain't doing nothing. And he's like,
that's different.
Okay. Because that's how I would feel if they weren't getting the help. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me read this out from Ray Money. He said he just joined the show. So Ray Money is in the house. We haven't seen you a lot, Ray Money. Last time I seen you, you were on a treadmill, brother, talking about crypto. That's how much I watch you. Wait. So any man dating a single mom is an abuser? I don't think you said that, but I'll let you go with that. And thank you for the $5 super chat, Ray Money.
Where did that come from?
He may be a little late here in Catalan, so that may have been what transpired. So he might be a little late with that. But we'll catch him back there.
Who said that?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure that he'll put something else in the comments to rectify it or give us a better explanation.
Yeah, because that's nobody said anything like that.
He said, I ain't got no reference point on that comment.
Yeah.
Let's go with Darnell with another $5 super chat. Can the panel discuss the Dear Man method? And do you feel it's effective? Why or why not? I have no idea what that is. So
I don't even know what it is. Let me look it up.
We're going to have to look it up, Darnell. So give us a minute. Never heard of that.
All right. The Dear Mirror method is a communication tool used in diabolical behavior therapy to help people express their needs and make requests.
That's dialectical. So no, I am not a
dialectical.
Yeah.
All right. And what does Dear Man stand for? Describe the situation, express your feelings, assert yourself, reinforce your requests, be mindful, and open to negotiation. So that's what it means. Yeah. So is the person, I know you said the perpetrator is, let's talk about that. Can the perpetrator be a victim?
Yeah.
Absolutely, all the time.
Hurt people. That's the word right there. Yeah.
So how do we solve that situation with the perpetrator? And I say that because I know people who have been SA'd at a younger age, they grow up to SA.
Correct.
So how do we help solve it from that end?
The person that was
how do we spot that?
The person that initially is SA is the one that's got to seek the treatment to want to stop the cycle. Correct. Nobody can stop it but him or her,
or
depending
her.
on which way it was, because women do it too.
Absolutely.
So it's up to them to seek the treatment and try to fight against that urge or whatever the situation is that caused them to want to hurt another person the way they were hurt. And if anything, they should relive that trauma in a way that I would not want somebody else to go through what I've gone through. So let me go get the help I need so I don't cause somebody else harm as much as I was harmed. Kind of thought process. They got to have something like that going on.
Yeah, and I will say it's less likely for an abuser to, especially a sexual SA, especially an SA to go out and seek help because they're worried about the legal ramifications that may come from that. So it is.
Are there any legal outs if somebody comes to you and talks about those situations, especially if it's a current thing?
No, if it's a current thing, no, it's a situation. If somebody if you have somebody who's coming in actively abusing, especially a child, it has to be reported. There's no option there. And it is interesting because that is actually one of the demographics that I just can't work with. I've tried, and it's very difficult to listen to some of the things that these perpetrators talk about. But they're most of the time, and I'm going to say all the time, there's a high percentage of time this is court ordered therapy, and then there's other part where they've actually decided that they need help. But for the majority, this is a lifelong thing that they're dealing with, and if they're never found, there's multiple victims. So the chances of a perpetrator coming into therapy on their own, again, this is not a demographic I work with anymore, but it's not high. It's not a high percentage that the perpetrator comes into therapy on their own.
I have a question.
What are the statistics on reoffenders? Once they actually, what are the statistics, even though they might go through some type of therapy, of them relapsing and reoffending?
I don't know the statistics. Yeah, so I can't speak on that.
So my question is this: you have therapy with someone, and we find out that they were abused by someone in their family, swept under the rug. Everything's swept under. What do you say to that person, or do you say anything? Should that person confront the family? What is their solution? Meaning, mama said uncle did this, and don't say, cousin, whomever it is. How does that person need to deal with the family members?
No, I think first they have to heal first. And it really depends on what's going on. Is this a person, a friend or a family member that they're still in contact with? Then they have to set, we encourage victims to really set some very strict boundaries to where they're no longer interacting with that person if possible. So there's a few things here. Again, if we're dealing with a person 18 years and under, there's a different situation going on there, because then again, is this currently happening? Then there's legal issues that come into play. There's legal issues. If this is an adult, how long ago did this happen? Is the statute of limitations run out on this person? Is this person willing to press charges? There's a lot.
And then that's a whole nother dynamic, because then again, the family gets involved and say, why would you want to put your uncle, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you.
And I've actually had women come into therapy who were disowned by family members or their own mothers for reporting either a stepfather, a boyfriend, or a family member. They were disowned by the parent for reporting it. And so you've got, you talk about losing trust. You've opened up to your parent about what's going on, and you were the one who was put out. It happens all the time. And that's why, one of the things I talk about often in therapy with single women, be careful of who you're bringing around your children. It doesn't make sense. You want to be in a relationship so bad that you're willing to leave this man that you've known for 6 months at home with your child. I will never understand that. Why are you going to trust a complete stranger who has no blood ties to your child at all Why are you willing to leave them with your child? Why are you in such a hurry for this man to meet your children?
Hmm.
I want to see if they
That-
bond with my kid. It doesn't matter. If this
It
is
ain't
a
that important.
pedophile, you're now encouraging this situation. So I will never understand what is the rush in getting in these relationships and moving in this with this man. And most of the time it's for some type of stability. So you now sacrificed your child so you can have a place to stay, or so that somebody pays your rent. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Hmm. Man. Yeah, that's I just don't know how that's dealt with, because you know, you're just a part of a family, and then because everyone sees that everyone has a different dynamic. So I always look at it like a circle, but everybody looks at that circle differently from different angles. So the victim is looking at it like, I'm a victim. The other person is looking at it like, well, if you do this, like you said, where does our money come from? Where does this go? Or this happened so long ago, why are you still bringing this up now? You know, so it always shakes me how the family looks at the same situation entirely different, from whole different angles. And I think people are kind of selfish. Maybe they look at it how it affects them.
Yeah.
How will you telling affect me?
And then it's sad, because most times that's exactly what it goes to. The woman starts automatically thinking, okay, where are we going to get rent money from? How am I going to pay for my bills if you're going to go out here running your mouth about something that supposedly happened? And there's been times where women have come into therapy, girls have come into therapy, and they knew. They said, I know my mom knew. I know she came home when it was happening, and she didn't say anything. And so you've got situations where you've got mothers in home with their young children, boys and girls, and they know their child is being victimized, but they're thinking, well, I don't have anywhere else to go. And it happens. People are like, well, that happened years ago. No, it happens every single day. You've got women choosing men over the safety of their own children. And
I was criticized.
Well,
I was criticized. No, not here. I'm saying when I said I didn't want to be a stepfather because of that. I just didn't want to put myself in a situation where, if it was well, man, that might even be worse. I was going to say, if it was a teenager, that might be worse.
Right. Right.
I mean, even, so I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't.
I just, a teenager, yeah, it could be worse, because she could probably be trying to hold you ransom. Like, I need $50. You don't give me $50. I'm going to say this about you.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing,
these kids are ruthless nowadays.
And you've got girls nowadays they're so hypersexual. You've got girls who are literally coming on to teachers. You've got girls coming on to their stepfathers for financial gain. I have seen it all. I have seen it all. And so again, my child's old enough to be able to talk. Well, your child is also old enough to be bought too.
Dang. And so what do you do in that situation? I mean, as a guy, you just, what do you do? I mean, the girl like, yeah, you don't say nothing. I'm gonna tell my mama this. Because here's the thing: if you have a mother who believes you, trusts you, you don't even have to say he did nothing. I won't use your name. I'll just use an anonymous name. You know that Johnny looked at me when I got out the shower. Hey, well, they're in the same house. He might have just walked by and you walked out. But all of a sudden you planted a seed. And now the guy did nothing. How does that dynamics? Have you had that? Have you dealt with any false accusations? Yeah, let's deal with that. Any false.
And it's interesting. I'm gonna say this happened early on. I'm still, wet behind the ears and really don't understand like the level that some kids will go to manipulate. And I've had biological children, blame their own fathers for something. And it boiled down to a custody situation, in a situation the mom had no parts in. This is true that this child was throwing a full out tantrum and accused her biological father. And the reason I say biological, it is not oftentimes that I've run into a situation where it's actually a biological parent. It happens all the time. However, I haven't been exposed to that. But, and it's women, the girls having tantrums, and they know that's the quickest way to get a man out the house is to blame the to accuse him of something like that.
Oh,
So
it's
it's,
been
you know,
weaponized already. Yes.
the false accusations, absolutely.
It's sad because it really ruins it for the person who has a real accusation.
Correct.
And I know I've been in the same, look, we've done it, Ronan. How many times have you said, what do you
Ronan,
mean?
please hurry up and clarify what you about to say.
Please, because
Please.
Well, I say it.
What?
When
Say
when a woman says it's 20 years later and now I'm accusing him of something. Bill Cosby, whomever, oh, this happened to me. He drugged me, and this was 30 years ago. And now I want to tell everyone. Just, and because then they're only, I'll even say it with the girl Sierra and Diddy. It's like you had the opportunity to go after him criminally. You wait till the criminal things expire, and then you go after him civilly. It always puts something in me when your reaction is to go after somebody for their money when you have a chance to, because that seems like to be the incentive. Because if you wanted to go after them, you should have went after them criminally, where they could have been in jail. And now you're just like, well, I'm just going to take your money. It's like, what? That didn't do nothing. I mean, what are you going after them for their money for?
What you mean that for?
Well, why didn't you take them criminally? Why didn't you do it when it happened? Why are you waiting so long when that statute ran out, and you wait till it runs out, and now it's like, oh yeah, now let me go get your money.
Did she purposely wait, or did she have the trauma that was?
We never know.
Hold on,
we don't know.
Let me get the question fully out. Did she purposely wait, or was it so much trauma on her that she kind of wiped it out of her mind and then was shocked back into it later to want to press charges? Now, in the case of Diddy, that's a clear-cut situation. She went for the money. Okay.
Well, how do we know?
Press anything.
Wait.
You were shaking your head a second ago.
I had a whole glitch.
You were shaking your head a second ago.
She was right. She was right with you.
No. I clearly I zoned out. Why did you say that she went for that's her reason?
Yeah, she was already married and everything else. She didn't compartmentalize that at all. She knew exactly what she walked away from when she walked away from Diddy, but she still never pressed charges on him. In the assault part, she pressed charges on him to get the rumor out or to shut her up about actually telling the truth about how he treated her and misused her for money. She never went for the criminal side.
Because how difficult would that have been for her to prosecute him? And there's
quite easily with everybody else coming out the woodwork right now. She could have won that case.
I don't blame her. I don't blame, and I'm glad she got her money. And he did it.
Then there's no wait. She did it for the money.
I don't think she did it for the money. I think she did it to be heard.
And revenge.
Blame her for being.
I think she did it for money, revenge, and to discredit him. All three at the same time.
And good. Good.
See, that's unfair. That's not it. As a therapist, that's not good. Yes, it is.
How?
Yes, it is. Because what? Because in situations when something happens that long ago, as the man,
it didn't happen that long ago.
But in certain situations, like Bill Cosby or whatever it is, there's no way for the guy to prove anything. It just becomes there's no evidence anymore. It just becomes he said, she said. There's no kit. There's no where was I at? It's like somebody saying to you, "Oh, remember in 20 years we were here," and you're like, "How can I even prove that? I don't know where I was at." There's nothing there, but what you do by making the accusation, you already taint the man. Just the accusation alone.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays,
nowadays with the advent of social media and the word getting out and discrediting your name.
So what do you suppose
obviously,
the woman
but
does?
I just want to bring this up real quick. I have a poll that was going in the room for the last hour. And it says, have you dated a person in your past that suffered from a trauma? 91% of the people in the room say yes.
Absolutely.
Only 9% said no.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's an uncommon thing that we're all dealing with some type of trauma. As Black people, you deal with trauma anyway.
Right.
You dealt with it all your
And-
life. You were taught to be fearful of cops. You were taught to do certain things to not call attention to yourself while you're walking down the street alone. So you were already traumatized and fear to even get home safe every day from the time you were a child. So yeah, everybody suffers from trauma. But what we're talking about is some bigger trauma. So back to the conversation. I just wanted to bring up that poll.
I fault no woman who has gone after somebody with money and who has been assaulted or victim of something. I fault no woman for going after their money. I don't.
All right, let me ask you a question. Now, I know was it Larry Weinstein? What's that dude's name?
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein.
Is it Harvey?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Harvey Weinstein.
Straight.
I'm just asking a question. If I wanted a part in a movie, and they said, "Oh, you got to get with Harvey,
get on that casting couch,"
and you get on the casting couch. You got on the casting couch. You got the part. You made $10 million. You made money off of it, and now you come back later and say what you did to me is wrong. Now they had a choice whether to get on the casting couch or not. Who is at fault? They benefited from that scenario. They're not going to return the money they made from benefit from that scenario. So I just want your opinion.
Okay, so let's take it off of celebrities. Let's take it off of celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
What if you had a 16-year-old girl
mm-hmm.
whose stepfather is abusing her and he's paying her for it? He's giving her money. She's living her best life on this money. And then when she turns 18, is able to be on her own, she turns him in.
You move the goalpost. I don't want to talk about anyone, but I don't want to talk about underage. I want to talk about a responsible adult who has the decision to make. Example, your rent late? Oh, we can fix that.
That's consenting. That's a consenting adult.
So wasn't the person who went for the role for Harvey Weinstein a consenting adult to say whether they wanted to or not? And if they consented then, got money for whatever role they did, then why is it you can sue later? Same with Bill Cosby. A lot of those people were with Bill so they could get fame, fortune, whatever the case may be. And then later on, when the resources ran out, and it's like, oh, okay,
hold on, John.
I need that money
in the back.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna choose to not talk about adults who put themselves in adults who are in those situations. I'm gonna choose not to, because you're an adult, you know what's going on. However, I don't know what the mindset is. I don't know how these people are set up in their brains and what they're needing at the time. I don't know. Those are adults, and those are adults who are making decisions that unfortunately result in some pretty horrible situations. So I want to focus on children because children don't have a choice.
Correct.
And I can't speak on the adult things, but I honestly don't necessarily fault a woman for going after somebody's money, especially Cassie or whatever. I don't blame her. He was beating the dog shit out of her. So I don't blame her. And she was in a situation where he was controlling every dime she was making. So they were in a relationship. And so I don't blame her for now being financially compensated for the hell that she went through. I don't. But focusing on children, back to kids, they don't have a voice. They don't.
No, I agree. And I'm going to let the people on the panel so they can get some questions in.
Yeah.
We got Bacchus, and we got.
Let me read this $10 super chat.
Mm-hmm.
$10 super chat from Darnell Elliott. I agree with Fearless. Even if the police don't even have enough to make a case, you should still file a police report. To me, it makes you more credible down the road.
I agree.
I 100% agree with that. If something happened, you need to talk about it and you need to report it immediately. Absolutely.
You talking about adults?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, a child needs additional assistance.
I think the child said, well, I'll just read this, what he said, but we don't have to go there. And I think he's talking about Cassie. You don't blame her for not taking accountability. The child, as you know, in our room, the A word is not allowed when talking about women.
Oh,
true that.
Did you say that for real? Georgia, you gonna let them get away with that?
I'm not. I said I'm not going to speak on adults making choices that end up in bad consequences. I already said.
By the way, at the bottom of the screen here, you'll notice there's an additional person in the center. That's Georgia. She has a Cash App now. So while we appreciate the super chats and everything else, please give a little to Georgia. She comes here every week to give us some professional advice and consultation when it comes to therapy and proper thought processes. I appreciate if you guys could give her something for her time.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, I got a quick thing I'm gonna just throw in here. I'm kind of late on this. I was in and out practicing Bible study tomorrow. Anyway, so
Lord Jesus,
what about? I know she's gonna move the goalpost one more game, but I know you guys have seen this before, and I actually got it pulled up now. There was a show, Ayana Fix My Life or whatever.
Yes.
And it was season 6, episode 5, I believe, something like that.
Version 3.0.
It was, the woman was saying that the dad touched.
Yes.
Oh yes, I remember.
I think we brought that up here. So I'll give you the scenario, Georgia. What happened is the mother made a false accusation, and she made the false accusation so convincingly that she actually convinced her children that had happened. And so later on, when they came onto the show, they had to take a lie detector test. And with the lie detector test, it proved that he was telling the truth. He never touched his daughter. And it proved that she was lying. The most damning part was the mother who lied said, "Why didn't you fight for your children above the lie?" And Ivana was like, "Hold up. You lied. What do you mean? What is he fighting for?" 2 things I got out of that was the children, even though they just listened to their mother state that nothing happened, they just seen that she did a lie detector test and failed. They still had this in their mind that possibly could have happened. And it scarred the man, because this is years later, maybe 20 something years later. He's like, I never did anything. I can't have a relationship with my daughters, because they still have this in their mind that something happened, even though nothing did, that they had just been convinced about it.
And the daughters are grown now.
And then here's the thing: even after all that on the panel in that show, the mother still never actively opened her mouth to be convincing enough to say he didn't do it.
Right.
She had no remorse
just
in the
bitter.
lie. She
blamed him. She blamed the father for not fighting.
Ivana didn't even hold her accountable. She pulled one of your moves. She moved the goalpost. You know, she
damn.
Marcus, you tried it. Here you go, trying
he definitely straight jabbed you on the side of your head, right?
I'm a doctor too. Y'all didn't realize I got my doctorate last week out of the cracker box. Anyway, she didn't hold her accountable one bit. They just ganged up on him like you were supposed to be the one to fight over this and that. So sometimes it's not even you are told what you're told by your parent, the one who's there supposed to help you raise up. If you have a bitter family member, that can mess you up too. And now you got to go through therapy and all that. But that's only for women, because men don't have that. It's all lies with guys.
Marcus, shut up.
Hey,
my question, Bacchus, and I'm going to ask this of everyone who joins the panel. The question is about dating someone who has had trauma. Have you ever dated someone who was a victim of that? And and would you go through that process again? So give us the scenario.
No, I wouldn't, but it's
voluntarily.
It's always a new surprise in this Happy Meal, man. You never know what you're gonna get.
I can't believe somebody actually dated you, Bacchus.
I know, right? Me too. Them dumbass girls, suckers. Anyway, but like one girl, she told me that she didn't believe I cared about her because I wouldn't beat her, because I wouldn't put my hands on her. And I was like, well, you need to go back to that dude, because I am not. Nope. I ran away from that one. I was like, nah, I'm good. I hit it one more time, then I left. But yeah, I was good. So, it does happen. You do get different things, but it's like to sit down there and try to go through a list of, okay, have you ever had this happen to you or that happen to you? And look, some things might be completely repressed. Is that the word? Repressed?
Mhm.
They don't even know. They don't even remember. I'm not trying to bring that up. And then I'm the bad guy.
So at what point, at what point do you break it off or do you not break it off? And what I mean by that is you've dated a month, a year, you're engaged, you're married. At what point do you say, we got to work this out?
If they're not trying to acknowledge that something's wrong, I walk away. Like I said, I get it in one more time and then I'm ghost. Right. But I'm not trying to stick around for that. And I have been the sucker where, let me fix you, let me help you. And that's always came to bite me in the ass. So I let that.
You can't fix them.
I'm not going to. Yeah. I was, Sir Fix-a-Lot. That was me back in the day. But I ain't doing that no more. I ain't going to sit here and go through all this to fix you for somebody else. I'm Gucci.
Ooh.
Nope. There's no ROI in it.
Hold on, Darnell. We're going to get to Richard since this was Richard's show that we made this show from some last comments that you made last week about this. So we want to have the Richard, you tell us. So one question that I asked, and I'd like you to answer: have you dated someone who has had that trauma? Would you date someone who has had that trauma? And what is your experience?
First of all, greetings to the panel.
Hello.
Good day.
How am I looking?
Your
levels are good
all the time, man.
Yeah. I think I expressed on the last show. And I didn't even know this show was about something I had said. I just asked Georgia to consider this on her show. I'm glad you guys are doing it. Great topic, great conversation. Yes, I have multiple times. I have probably since when I first started dating, becoming sexually active. There was a young girl that I dated, and her father had repeatedly assaulted her. Later in life, as an adult, I dated a young lady who had been assaulted by her mother's boyfriend, who, as she kind of grew up, aged, the mother's boyfriend went to her little sister. I would ask Georgia, I'm sure the numbers are sky high, unreported. And to what you said earlier, Ronan, you really don't know. And to what Phyllis said is like the idea that every woman's going to come out and tell you this. When I look at the percentages of women that I dated who did come out, it's not a big number, but it's no small number either. And I can only imagine how many women I maybe didn't get to know well enough for her to feel vulnerable enough to share that with me. Now, Ronan, you made a great point about things getting swept under the rug. And throughout my entire life, I've always heard stories like this, even as a little boy, as my parents would speak about them down in the deep South. But I think the overarching question, and I'm sure Dr. Josia, you might be able to relate to this, is human sexuality. And that takes us down a deeper rabbit hole. But of the women that I dated, the way that I tried to react to it was to go to my closet full of capes and figure out which one would fit the situation to comfort her. Mm-hmm. Now, I know you hate the word, Doc, but, I've been a simp plenty of times. And I never walked into any relationship, male or female, not thinking that I could be of value to that person in some way or another. Most of my relationships, male and female, and I'm straight, so don't go there. But I always try to bring value. So if I met a woman who was broke,
I was just telling Georgia, go ahead and take that shot. She knows she want to.
No, I'm not.
You heard that word.
No, I know she don't like that word. Yeah, there's nothing to take a shot at. I agree with you. I don't like that word
she
either.
got liquor over there. I'm telling her to take a shot out that bottle. What?
No.
But my point being that, yes, I have many times throughout my life, and I've always tried to comfort those women. And if I couldn't fix them, I'd like them to walk away feeling a little bit better. at least have given them a wrench or a screwdriver to take to the next relationship and continue to work on herself. Now that's been my purpose. And I that's kind of spiritual insights, but yes, I have.
Georgia, I got a question, and this is from what Richard said, because and Richard, can you do me a favor, man? I looked for your YouTube, and if you know how many American lives out there, you would be amazed. So can you put your channel inside the back chat?
Well,
and
I need you to pay attention, Fearless. I need you to pay attention. It says Richard at America Talk Live LA. That is my YouTube. And right below it, it says YT at America Talk Live. If
you could put it in there, I went searching. I was going to subscribe, and I don't know what I was looking for.
And then I stuck to you last week. And Ronan.
Yeah. Hey, Richard, he's got CTE. Don't bother with him. It's
okay. My bad. Yeah,
no, my question to Georgia is this. Go ahead, sir.
Let us move on. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say something you said that just really hit me. You said that the girl you were dating was being abused, and I'm assuming that when she left out the house, that's when he moved on. Georgia, how does that happen? Because I'm thinking once that girl gets 18, how I'm trying to put myself in it, and maybe I can't visualize it.
For clarification, she hadn't aged out of the house. She was still in the house while the boyfriend was abusing her younger sister, and there was nothing she could say. Now, when they approached the mother, here's the twist: they both approached the mother. She ignored them, denied them, and life moved on. Now, Georgia, I know you know these stories, and they're in the millions, technically speaking. And all of us, and probably you, Fearless, have dated multiple women, and maybe they didn't feel vulnerable enough to confide in you, to share with you that experience. Maybe you were just moving through, so my question was to Georgia as to whether you think these numbers, well, of course, they're highly underreported, and that every one of us, even Bacchus, you probably dated another woman or two or more in your life if you're moving around who have been sexually abused, because I've met so many women who talk about that. I even had a show with a young lady who was a host describe the abuse and part of her feelings about the abuse. I've had women explain that to me, without the gory details. Yeah. And to the question of trauma, the issue of trauma, we all have it. In the words of Langston Hughes' poem, Mother to Her Son, life for me ain't been no crystal staircase. So we've all gone through trauma. Something I thought to ask Georgia when I finally came up, how much of therapy is necessary or of any value to make people revisit bad experiences just to get it all off their chest? Sometimes it's just best, and I think it was said earlier, just keep it to yourself and move on. Because life for none of us ain't no crystal staircase. And we all have gone through stuff. Men on the panel who've been in the military, people who've been in the streets, the sister who has, met and been heartbroken, possibly throughout her life, who doesn't have trauma. So therapy, how I began to wonder, because we never used to go to therapy. And I frankly think that I am my own therapist, because if I feel the need to, I'll talk to myself. And I face,
that's not good.
Yeah, you might need therapy for that. Yeah. You might need therapy for talking to yourself.
But what I do, and Georgia may comment on, what I do is I repress my memories, because I feel like I'll have a chance to do that way later in life. I always think about tomorrow, and I make a conscious effort not to regurgitate mistakes I made or bad experiences that I've had. And I've had a good life, don't get me wrong. But Georgia, if you'd like to address that, I just suppress all of that for now.
George, I'm asking, is that
4 hours is a lifetime to me?
Is that good for people to just repress those memories? It happened to me. I'm older. I've gotten past it. Let's just move on. Because that's what Richard.
It's never good to just choose not to deal with something, to deal with trauma. It's never good on any level. But so. Richard,
let me ask you, because you said something before. and this is just to help Richard out. Why is it not good? Meaning, if I haven't dealt with it, do you think that sometimes it could be more traumatic for me to start talking about it than to have suppressed it? Meaning now I start talking about it and now it's like, oh my gosh. So where does that line draw? And maybe, Richard, I hope that may have been what you were talking about.
So honestly, it depends on the level of trauma. I mean, this is where we have dissociative disorder, identity disorder come in to play. Childhood trauma, you've got people who have chosen or subconsciously or consciously chosen not to deal with it. And this is where a lot of personality disorders come up. But yes, bringing up trauma can re-traumatize people, and you're bringing to surface some things that people have forgotten. Some things that people never even knew was there. So, I mean, it depends on the setting. I mean, definitely needs to be in a controlled therapeutic setting where this is happening. But it can be very dangerous for a person to start dealing with trauma and they're not working with a therapist. So, as far as the amount of therapy that a person needs, it really just depends on, again, the level of trauma, how old they were when the trauma occurred, how long the trauma lasted. So it just differs. I mean, I've had people in therapy. Gosh, just one lady who I had in therapy, she was probably in therapy for 2 years. And we're working on everything under the sun.
And then this one subject comes up.
I'm sorry?
And then the one subject comes up to unleash.
Yeah, and like I said, this is something I asked specifically on the very first session. Many different ways. I've talked about this multiple times on this show. Is asking about sexual and physical trauma multiple ways, and dealing with everything under the sun, and throughout the years, a couple of years and months that we were working together. I would circle back and say, I've asked this question before. No, didn't happen. And I'm like, and she just wasn't ready. And so you can't push anybody to talk about something they're not ready to. Again, that's So it finally came out, and just everything came full circle. And not soon after that, we dealt with it. And not soon after that, she's moved on, and she's in a good space in her life. So you have some people who open up on the first day. Many of my clients open up on the very first session. And many of my clients, again, who have had therapy, say, I've never talked about this before, which is, again, mind-blowing to me. But they said nobody's ever asked. And I will just never understand how this is not part of the intake process. What you ask about alcohol abuse, substance abuse, physical abuse, the next thing is to ask about sexual abuse. And so anyway, it can come up immediately, or people who are just not ready to talk about it. It can come up months and even years later.
So why do you think it's not good? Richard said he buries his. Why is it not good for him to do that?
To not deal with trauma?
Yes.
Because it presents in other ways. I mean, it can present in just the fact that, you can have very distrustful relationships. You can have a very, just holding on to anger, not being able to have healthy relationships. It comes out. You may not realize it's coming out.
Even talking to yourself. When you start answering yourself, you need to check your multiple personality disorder.
So yeah, it comes out. So people who say I'm not dealing with it and it doesn't affect me. No, it does. It does. You just don't realize how it's affecting you, or the people in your life aren't staying around long enough to deal with it to let you know that it's affecting you.
I'll tell you something straight up real. Of course, this is all lies because I'm BSing because this is who I am, right, Georgia? Whenever growing up, I remember whenever I had something, an anger or an issue about something, I remember mentally thinking about it, pushing it down as putting it in a bottle and putting it on a shelf. No label, no nothing. It's just there. And as I get older, I'm now in the basement of my head, I guess. And my shelves are overran with all these bottles of things that are in there. Don't remember what for, don't know what it is, but as life gets older and you shake and you move, that basement starts to become like you're now in a car and bottles fall and break.
Yep.
And they come raging out, roaring out, and you don't even know why, what it is, how, where did this come from? You know, that's the movie I'm trying to write, because this is all
Well, I
science.
mean, military guys are taught to compartmentalize their traumas and issues in order to complete missions, but they never are ever taught to how to decompress all those issues and traumas that they compartmentalize. They're
Right.
let out in
But
the
wait a
world,
minute, Ronan,
and they're
but wait a minute.
making time bombs.
If
So
you
wait a
let
minute,
go
bro.
down, you need to put
This
that
is
to the
why
side
you
and
don't
keep
repress
pushing
your
going.
feelings, and you need to speak on them, because I've seen way too many military guys pop at the wrong time and actually hurt people.
So, Ronan, on your wall behind you, I admire that plaque. Let's share that with us again.
Which one?
The military code of the Army.
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
The wooden one?
Yes,
That's
sir.
a unit insignia, and it basically means we were China
Ronan,
Marines. My unit was
Ronan.
established in the what?
Adapt and adjust.
No, it's whatever it takes.
Okay.
Well, I think he wanted to see the adapt and adjust one.
But the other
Yeah,
one
so-
is basically it. You know, you adapt and overcome. You don't wait for somebody to tell you something. You figure out what it is and you just take care of it. That's what Marines are taught to do. Period. You make a
Bad
way out of
analogy.
no way. You know,
Bad
and
analogy.
that's
I'll
the way
turn
we're
down.
forced to do things. So then when you get out and you're taught all these things of manipulating your feelings, getting things done, you never go back and address the compartmentalized traumas that you dealt with, from losing your buddy that blew up right next to you and all you saw was a leg that was left, to the type of stuff that you had to do in order to survive, firing rounds down range and watching people explode. You don't talk about none of that shit. And then they just let you out. You go from commanding people, running $1 million piece of equipment, running whole forces and operations, to you're out, and civilians don't know shit about you and don't know what you're capable of. But then what you do is you prioritize your family. Oh, I got a family. I got kids. I need to go get a job. I need to go do this. I need to go do that. All they do is readjust their mission to their family and their kids, but they never dealt with that trauma they dealt with on that battlefield.
That was a bad analogy on my part.
But I'm just telling you that's what it is.
I'll turn back to Georgia and I'll ask you, Georgia, because this is what I really am asking when I pose this. When is it okay to let go and move on and be okay to not be okay? And that's where I'm at with it. And I just don't want to live each mistake or each thing I did wrong and relive that. And that's what we talked about momentarily there, about regurgitating the past. So at what point do you realize it's just time to let you buckle up, suck it down, realize it's time to just let go, move on, and realize that it's okay not to be okay?
You just said, when do you decide that it's okay not to be okay? Why would you ever decide that it's okay not to be okay?
To give yourself the ability to move on. None of us are perfect, accepting our imperfections in life.
I understand that, but again, why would you ever be okay with not being okay?
I can't believe you're asking me that.
Why?
I mean, that's a whole new vein of therapy and psychology that I've seen stream through the web for years now, that it's okay to not be okay. Now, is it okay to be a murderer or an assault, an SA or things like that? That's not about being okay. That is something that requires psychology and therapy, but we're not perfect. We all are broken in our own way.
So that's acceptable?
There's
walk around
that
through
doesn't
life
mean you
broken
don't,
and not
that
trying to
doesn't
fix
mean you
it?
don't strive to make improvements. But some things you just need to leave in the past. That's my point. I'll put it in park right there. And at what point is that? Do you see a time in person's life where they've had
Richard,
trauma?
are you saying there's nothing you can do about it? Meaning, this happened to me. There's nothing I can do about it. So let me move on. Is that what you're saying?
I think that could be a little bit accurate.
Okay. Go ahead, George.
Stuff that you can't go back and change. Why do you fixate on it?
I don't
Why
think.
not just move on?
I think there's multiple answers though, because if you're asking when is it okay not to be okay, I don't think it's ever okay to live your life where you're just not feeling whole. You're sad. You can't live your life to the fullest. Why would you ever be okay with that? Can you change the past? No, but you can change how the past is affecting your future. You can change how the past is stopping you from truly reaching your full potential. So one of the things I want to do before we get too far into it is I really want to talk about what post-traumatic stress disorder looks like in African American men specifically. So if I could run down this list, and I know we got a lot to talk about, but I think it's important because this is a conversation that's coming up a lot in therapy. And a lot of men are coming in not even realizing that they've got PTSD because they have an idea of what it is and what it looks like, and it's just not accurate. So I'm going to run down these symptoms very quickly, and I apologize for the pace of this, but I want people to be aware of what it is. So in African American men specifically, the emotional symptoms can be hypervigilance, which is constantly feeling like you're on edge or watching for danger, often due to post-traumatic experience and or a fear of racial discrimination. So PTSD doesn't have to be this horrible, violent event. Being Black in America is enough. Okay.
Yep.
So people don't understand that that's trauma. When you're constantly worrying about being Black in your own skin and how this is affecting other people, that is everyday trauma. Emotional numbing, suppressing emotions to cope with trauma or to fit cultural norms of emotional strength. So suppressing your emotions, always presenting to be this meek Black guy in a room so that you don't intimidate other people. It's stressful. That's exhausting. To be worried about being yourself and expressing yourself in a space because you're afraid of how other people might react, or if you don't want people to be fearful of you. So again, that's everyday trauma that African American men are dealing with, or I will say minorities, but I work with African American men predominantly. Irrational anger, irritability or anger, unexplained anger or frustration, which may stem from a combination of trauma and societal pressures. Shame or guilt, feeling responsible for the trauma or internalizing negative stereotypes. Behavioral symptoms, avoidance, steering clear of people, places, or situations that remind you of trauma, such as law enforcement encounters or certain neighborhoods. Substance abuse, using drugs or alcohol to self-medicate and cope with symptoms. Being a workaholic or feeling like you have to overachieve. Channeling energy into worker success to mask emotional pain or prove your societal worth. Physical symptoms, somatic complaints, headaches, stomach aches, or other physical issues without any medical explanations. I have a lot of men who come into therapy like, I just don't feel good. I've been to the doctor. I just don't feel good. I just feel tired. My body hurts. That's PTSD. You're walking around tense all day long at work, holding all this stuff in. It is going to affect your body in one way or another. And there is no medical explanation for it other than stress. Sleep disturbances, having insomnia or having nightmares, particularly those replaying traumatic events in your life. Feeling fatigue, I just mentioned it, feeling constantly drained due to the emotional and physical toll of PTSD. Cognitive symptoms are distrust and paranoia, difficulty trusting others, often due to systemic oppression or past betrayals. Negative thoughts, persistent beliefs about danger, inadequacy, or worthlessness. And here are the cultural and societal influences. PTSD symptoms may be exacerbated by experiences of racism, discrimination, or microaggressions. Again, things that African American men deal with all the time. Stigma around mental health. Cultural norms may discourage seeking help or openly discussing mental health struggles. And the community and family role. Pressures to be the protector or provider making it hard to express vulnerability. Those are just some.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up. I don't want this show to go into that. We have a lot of military guys, and I think that should be slotted to its own specific show because we have people on the panel who have suffered that. So let's make sure that we talk about that in the future. We're going to do a show just around that.
Yeah.
Here on this show
about that, is that something that could only be somebody in military, or
no? You can get it just from growing up in the hood.
Everyday men walking around. Correct. This has nothing to do.
It was just like I was telling you when you were growing up and taught to be fearful of police, how your mannerisms need to be in public. That's all stressing you out right as a child because you know that you're always being looked at. You're always being looked at something negative, something bad. That's traumatic, especially you're living that every day of your life. Yes. So way before you even get in the military, you've already suffered as a black man or black people, period, in America. You've suffered some type of post-traumatic stress disorder just by how you're perceived in society.
Yeah, my PTSD, people, when I tell people what it is, they don't believe me. But yeah. Okay,
well, I don't want to get into PTSD later in life. We're going to have a specific show on that. I want to just stay on this topic with the children suffering, because what we find is a lot of us guys, as we said, we don't even know that we're dating someone who has been through trauma. And we date them, and then we blame them for that behavior. And we say this, and all black women are all like this, when maybe they are suffering for something that we don't even know. Right. And with the society issues. So that's what I'd like you to talk about. Maybe our blame is put.
Fearless, I wanted to bring up the PTSD because it oftentimes, especially with African American men, and again, I know this applies to, we can apply this to all men. You know, any man that comes up in society, we can apply it predominantly and specifically African American men who are presenting with PTSD this is on top of childhood trauma. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's why I want to bring this up, is that this stuff happens in childhood. And you're growing up with this, and you're now carrying it through adulthood and through relationships. And this is what this looks like. So it is very relevant to what we're talking about, because this is childhood trauma.
So what does it look like in a child, and what does that go when you talk about, an adult? How are they treating their mate? How does that go into that? I'm older. Something traumatic happened to me. Maybe not in a sexual realm, but police, anything like that has happened. How does that manifest when in my dating world?
What do you be clear?
All right. As a woman, if a woman was sexually abused, it may manifest into anger. I'm scared. I'm distrustful. How does that manifest in the man aspect? Is he more controlling? Is he maybe not as secure? What happens
with sexual trauma, or just trauma in general?
Trauma in general, and we can talk about the sexual trauma.
Okay, so I mean, it can. So I'll just cover both. If in some situations, we can apply the symptoms or how it presents to both trauma and sexual trauma. So lack of commitment or being unable to commit relationships.
And just so I'm going to put another instance on it. Is that trauma different from men or boys and girls? How,
no.
If a boy, okay.
No. So this is so you're asking is how these symptoms present, does it look different from male to female?
Correct.
Okay, no. I mean, they can look very much the same, but then we can add on top of that, young boys going into manhood, questioning their sexuality. And this is specifically talking about the sexual trauma. You've got boys growing up who are trying to figure it out and aren't sure and are afraid to say anything because, if you're even questioning it, then you must be. So you've got boys who are afraid to have those conversations. But it can also, it can look like across, male and female, just very distrustful, very insecure, being very clingy or controlling. You said that earlier. Just fear of failure or not being able to succeed in anything. And therefore you just feel like a failure. being scared to push yourself, being scared to step outside of your comfort zone, issues with just achieving, in school. You see boys acting out, and you're going to see boys acting out more so than girls. However, you will see girls fighting and things of that nature, but you're going to see higher suspension rates with young boys who have been abused. Earlier experimentation with substances with boys. Girls usually wait until they're much older, and I'll say much older in their teens, whereas young boys who've been abused, you're seeing this, not even before they're 10 years old. Hypersexuality, being very sexual at a young age, engaging in pornography and things of that nature. So
let me ask you a question on that. And this comes from Dr. Umar. I don't know. He said he's a clinical psychologist. He said that the majority of girls, or I didn't say girl, the majority of people who are gay, lesbian, bisexual have suffered from some type of trauma as a young person. Do you see that to be the case?
Okay, so I am always very careful about making that level of generalization. So I will say, bringing back to my experience, yes, there is a high percentage of boys who are coming into therapy and young girls who are coming into therapy who are not sure about what's going on with their sexuality. They have been a victim of some type of a sexual abuse or early exposure to pornography, which can be very confusing for children.
Okay.
And by the way, since I said that, it is abuse to expose children to pornography. A lot of people are.
At what age? I'm asking at what age?
Any age, but I've got kids coming who've been exposed at 4, 5, 6 years old. I walked in and my dad was watching porn and he let me watch it. That's abuse.
What the hell?
It happens.
He ain't got no peach fuzz on his nuggets.
Well, but it's there's so many levels of inappropriate and disgusting that you would allow a child to view something like that. But that is abuse, and I have had to call children's services on parents for that. I've had to call children's services.
What's the one rapper that brought strippers for his little kids?
Right. I've had to call social services on parents who are having sex in front of their children. Where's my husband? That's his father. Why are you having sex in front of your children?
OnlyFans.
It's abuse.
They're trying to make a living on OnlyFans.
So it's disgusting.
And if
you see these videos where it's like these moms shaking their tail feather and got their 4-year-old holding the camera, holding the phone, like, yo, you done yet? Like, is that abuse? Like, I'm just checking because
honestly, Bacchus, it should be. It should be, because when I tell you, I'm so glad you brought that. I have seen so many reels on Facebook, all these other places. And I'm like, you are half dressed and you are stripper dancing in front of your child and you think it's okay. And then they're clapping back at people who are making comments about it. How is that appropriate? It's not appropriate. What was the twin? One of the Tamar, not Tamar. What is her name? The twin.
Tia Mallory.
Whichever one of it who was, I don't know what her issue was, but she had divorced and, she's booty shaking and wearing these outfits in front of her son. And it's like, I get that you want attention, but why are you involving your son? Why are you involving your children in this?
Yeah, everybody in his school trying to get with the moms.
See, here's the thing: society doesn't think there's anything wrong with the woman.
I know there's a lot that society.
Her body, her choice. So she can wear whatever she wants.
You can wear whatever you want, but why are you doing it in front of your child?
There's a thing called decency.
Correct.
Yes, you have the right to wear whatever you want, but at least keep it decent.
Yeah,
in certain areas.
And I've seen, there was a video of a mother who went to her son's graduation, and she's got on booty shorts and half of her breasts are hanging out at a kindergartner's graduation. Like, where are we at in society that walking around half dressed is cute?
Speak to it.
What does that do what does that do to the child? That's what I want to know. What effect does that have on the child?
Scarring. That's scarring. Can you
It is
imagine all the boys making fun of that dude's mother, that little
Yeah.
kid's mother? Like, look at your mom. Your mom's a hoe.
Yeah.
Because they could be cruel.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
mom's 304. They know every negative word they could use to insult that young kid with her mom dressed like that.
Yeah.
With their mom.
That's the lot lizards. That's the lot lizards.
Yes, that would be accurate. That would be,
So
yeah.
they
It's
do
just
exist
no
outside
place.
the lots. Okay.
So, and it's being overly sexualized or sexualizing yourself in front of children, and there's no place for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go back to what we were talking about in the dating aspect. So what is a person to do when they're dating someone that has that problem? I'm dating. You said I don't cure them. And do I need to go to therapy also with them? Is this only their therapeutic session? Is it a couple's therapeutic? What happens in that sense?
I mean, I think it's a combination of both. I think if the man or woman is making a choice to step away from that relationship because that's too much, and my guess is if it's coming up, it has presented itself as an issue in the relationship. So I understand if this is something you choose to walk away from, that is fine, male or female. And we're often talking about women who are disclosing abuse, but it happens to men as well. And so if this is a situation where it is coming up and is causing a problem, and then she doesn't want to get help, that's one thing. But if she chooses to get help, then I feel like this is a journey that she needs to go through on her own, and then at some point go into couples counseling. But I think early on, whoever the victim is really needs to go through this. That's their own healing journey, and I don't think it's anybody else's business. What's being discussed in therapy. But then at some point, if you're continuing this relationship, then I think couples counseling is appropriate. I think it's probably necessary to navigate some of the things that came up to even bring it to counseling in the first place.
Now, I do know one thing
Georgia,
we talk about. Go ahead, Richard.
I was going to ask Georgia if you think that I think it's pretty well documented that sexual abuse has been around for a long, long time. You're talking about boundaries being changed or goalposts being changed. If you look back at the movie Color Purple, my father, having been born a long, long time ago, it was common for men to marry younger women. Yeah. There was reasons for it. There was logic behind it, at least in their minds. But that's how the goalposts start to shift forward to provide more protection for young girls. And I think that was the right thing to do morally. But I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why do we need so much damn therapy now? Our parents had it way harder than us. They experienced trauma throughout their life. What has made us so much softer now that you found a career in providing a warm and comfortable place for people to meet you on first visit and just spill their guts out? Why do we need so much therapy these days?
Well, our parents needed therapy too. It just wasn't available. So we can say our parents were hard. Well, these were also different times where our parents and grandparents didn't have a chance to sit down and deal with what was going on. They were trying to keep a roof over their heads. So, I think that to say, our parents were different, they were stronger. Well, they didn't have a choice. And I think, when we talk about, well, our parents grew up and they were exposed to this as well. But look at the children they also raised, who were also exposing their children to it. So it becomes generational. So it wasn't that they didn't need help with it. It wasn't available. And then they didn't have the time to sit down and even think about what was going on with their mental health. And all of this stuff was very private. I'm sorry?
Is it possible, though, that those therapy sessions happen within the village of the family? Instead of having to go to a professional, that's your auntie, for the women, your mom, your big sister, your big brother, your favorite cousin or uncle. I think the therapy was there, but it was internecine. It was in the family. Would I be
I'll
wrong in assuming that?
disagree.
Because we healed each other.
I disagree, and I will say because there's multiple cultures and ethnic backgrounds that I now work with that you just didn't talk about it. You didn't talk about what happened. You kept it moving. So I don't feel that it was necessarily talked to in home. You know, my mother is one of 11, and they didn't talk about stuff like this amongst each other. I know for a fact they did it because my mom said they did it. So there were a lot of things that were happening that they were exposed to that they never talked about because they weren't supposed to talk about it. And you minded your own business, which is unfortunately something that many people were brought up in. You know, there was nonsense happening in the church you didn't talk about. There was nonsense happening in the home you didn't talk about. So it's not that it wasn't an issue, you just didn't talk about it, but then it continued to carry on through generations, which is why you have this generational abuse going on that is never talked about. So it happened, you just couldn't talk about it.
And real quick, if you are watching the show, please make sure that you press the like button to go in here. And I do have one question. I know we keep talking. I want you to address what Richard said, but I also want we keep talking about adults, and we're saying how adults are abusing like children. Have you ever seen it where it's children? I don't know how abusing would be the word. Are being assaulting other children.
Oh yeah.
Can you relate to that? Or,
well, I mean,
tell me more about that.
Again, you're going back to children who are being exposed to, sex in the home, or they're being exposed to, whether it's a babysitter, whether it's a family member, they're being exposed to it, and then in turn experimenting. And you've got to be really careful about talking about children preying upon children because they're children. And they're truly repeating something that they've seen. And so can you call a child a predator? You know, there's a lot of debate because there's, people are trying to literally convict children of, raping other, excuse me, the R word.
We understand.
Of other kids. And it happens, when I was working in the middle schools here before the pandemic, we had a couple of situations where you had middle school students and elementary school students having intercourse in the back of the classroom. And so what do you do with that? How do you can't send them to jail, so you got to get to the root of this. Why is this behavior? Why are you exhibiting this behavior in the classroom? And again, this child learned it from somewhere, and they are in turn experimenting on one of their peers. And so can you call it assault at that time? And I think, and I think it's, I feel society I feel like the lines have become very blurred on one hand and too defined on the other. Because how can you charge a 6-year-old boy with rape?
But then the question becomes this: what separates that age? Meaning they learned it at 6, nobody helped them. They learned it at 7, nobody helped them. Now 7 becomes 12, 12 becomes 18.
Right.
And they've gone through all of those years and no one has brought that to attention. So whose fault is it? It's just a question.
Wait,
I'm not
sorry.
saying you're an adult. Yes, you should know, but you've just gone through, say it started at 6, 12 years of.
I mean, there's a whole thing
trauma.
where parents don't even teach, sexual education when it comes to their children. They don't teach them about the birds and the bees. They don't even know how to broach the conversation. So yeah, that's not unheard of with the scenario you're giving up, that a kid was exposed to something when he was younger and the parents still never addressed even having sex to the child when he gets of age.
Right.
That conversation has long been like, oh, go look at a show or something.
Right.
More so than actually have a conversation on how to conduct yourself.
Yeah. So you have these situations where, again, kids are acting out, and it's interesting because the majority of children that I have worked with over the past 15 years, the majority of them that have a behavior issue that literally is out of control. There has not been one time that we worked with a child and that there was not some type of sexual abuse going on. And they're suspending these kids, they're kicking these kids out of school permanently And nobody is sitting down saying, okay, what is going on with this child that this
What is
child
this cry for help?
is
Yes.
this violent? You know, when you've got a child who is that violent, there's either a serious mental health issue going on or there's abuse, whether it be physical or sexual abuse going on.
I think it's, but wouldn't it be for the safety of the other children and to keep it from spreading, kind of like calling chickens after they get sick?
You mean to suspend the child?
Yes.
No, I
Basically
guess if the abuser, if the one little, I'll use boy, the 10-year-old boy is abusing the 10-year-old girl, and I correct me if I'm wrong, Darnell. You don't want to bring any attention because you don't want to expose what happened to the 10-year-old girl. You're like protecting her. Is that what you're saying, Darnell?
No, sir. I was speaking on more or less, even though there is something may have happened to that child. You know, you just don't want it to spread. Like it's like the flu, right?
Yes.
You know,
No.
When it comes into contact, when one sick bird comes into contact with another sick bird, you know, and it spreads the flu. A lot of times they'll just call the chickens, whatever chicken, you know, got sick. Whatever chicken they came into contact with, they call all the chickens, right? And that's to prevent the other birds from getting sick. But what I'm saying with children, is it possible that behavior could spread, and that's why the school systems are doing what they're doing by suspending that said child?
Oh no, you're
Removing
you're
them from the
absolutely right. No, Darnell, you're absolutely right. I'm not disagreeing with the decision to suspend a child. I'm disagreeing with not finding out what is going on with the child, because again, you know, yes, you want to remove that child and you've got to figure out what's going on. Now, suspending a child permanently from school for something like that, I don't know. But yes, you absolutely have to remove the child, because the child has done something wrong at the end of the day. Regardless of how it started, the child has done something wrong. But it can't stop there. You know, these kids are being suspended and they're left at home to fend for themselves most times, because their parents have to work or their parent has to work. There's nothing nothing happening past that child being suspended. Nobody's having a conversation with the child. Why is it not mandatory when children are expelled or suspended from school? Why is it not mandatory that child have counseling? It is not. And so
I'll tell you why. Sometimes it's the parents. It's the parents. The parents don't want them to. And I only say that just because I know from the significant other, where they'll call home and they'll say, "Hey, your child hasn't been at school. What's the issue? What are you calling me for?" It becomes a defense mechanism on the parents, where they don't want to. They think it's wrong for you to call. What do you mean you're calling me?
Oh no, you're right about that. I understand that. What I'm saying is, because I know exactly what she's referring to. I have been on the receiving end of why the hell are you calling my house? Okay. What I'm saying is, once a child, especially an elementary school age child, my brain is messed up. If they are suspended or expelled from school, it should be mandatory for that child to have counseling. It should not be this child is expelled and now this child is just sitting at home trying to figure out what school system he's going to get into next. That's not okay. There was an issue why that child's behavior has escalated to that point.
So how
it's
about
not just because.
How about no detention, but instead of detention, therapy session after school?
Absolutely. That was one of the. That's
Doctor,
what I used to.
I would like to pose a question. In terms of parents' hesitancy to allow their child into counseling sessions or suspension or what have you, then quite possibly, and seems quite often these days, then comes the prescriptions, the drugs.
ADHD, all those, let's give them some medicine because they're too hyperactive. What about that? Because that's what I think a lot, especially Black parents, fear that they substitute that behavior, that we need to medicate you because of that behavior.
Okay, so there's a difference there. So you're talking about the child who was sent to the doctor or psychiatrist to see what's going on. I'm saying therapy. Therapy and psychiatry are two different things. Okay. when you've got your child who has an IEP or something of that nature, an education plan put in place, unfortunately, the go-to is medication. I'm specifically talking about sending the child to a therapist to talk about what's going on. And yes, sometimes medication comes into play, but that's the parent's choice. That's not the prescribing person's choice, doctor or nurse's choice. That is the parent's choice. It should not be an option as to whether or not that child is getting therapy if the child has been removed from school for violent behavior.
I thought that's what the school counselors aren't.
No.
The school counselors anymore?
So school counselors their hands are tied because number one, they are not able to diagnose. And number two, they don't have the capacity to sit there and see a child, every student in that school that needs therapy once a week. They don't have that capacity to do that. So a therapist outside of the school has the time and the space to sit with the child. And on top of that, how much therapy can you do in a school? Because I was doing therapy in schools and it's very difficult. So
you're saying Dr. Umar is a lie?
I don't know.
He claimed to be a school psychologist.
I don't think she knows who Dr. Umar is.
Yeah,
I'll send you that. You got a lot of homework
That's
to do.
because she swims in the milk.
I wanted to drill down.
He would call he would call you a bunny hopper.
He's a Pan-African.
I wanted to drill down a little bit on that therapy to psychology situation, because I've heard this before, and I know this from a friend of mine, that let's say the child is prescribed some medication, and the parent says no, that does get recorded and documented in that child's school record, I would think, and maybe prohibit that child from moving to a better school or making better choices for their education. Because I would imagine that a school who sees that a child has behavioral issues and whose parent has declined any type of, pharmaceutical solutions, that school is going to look at that on that child's record. Am I right about that?
I'm not sure what the legalities is about it because you're now. Yeah, I don't know what
that would be a HIPAA violation of anything when it comes to medical records versus school district information. School district does not have access, or do they have the right?
No, they do not have the right. The parent would actually have to sign off on that, but there would be no reason for a school to have their access to that unless the child is on an IEP. There's other things behind it.
You okay? Did you fall and break something? He over there killing himself. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
So now I don't know how that could play into whether or not a child could get into any other schools.
I have some doubts about that. My godson is IEP.
You sound like you fell over yourself.
I don't know to what extent he's I don't know about his program. His mother is a behavioral technician in the LA public school system. It's so widespread that she does it remotely. There's this whole new burgeoning industry and this push for therapy and that pipeline to psychiatry and psychology and then to drugs. I see that clearly that's happening. And I do believe that better schools might not have a HIPAA record, which I have some doubt about because we don't know to what extent those records are available to be pulled and
they're not.
viewed.
The school cannot access the child's medical records.
I understand the HIPAA law. But if the child has frequent outbursts in class, maybe they get suspended, maybe they get expelled, maybe they get.
That's not a thing. That is not a thing. And I would hate for you to put that out there. There is no way that a school can get a hold of a child's medical records without the parent or guardian specifically handing those over to the school. A school cannot call the child's doctor and say, hey, is this child on medication or did this child refuse medication? That's not a thing.
Okay, I'm asking.
Okay.
But I'm suspicious.
No. A parent or guardian would specifically have to hand that over to a school. And can't think of a reason why that would be needed. Not to say it's never happened, but I can't think of a reason why that would be needed.
Could a parent refuse IAP for their child?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
So you don't have to. I don't want to get into special ed and things like that. I'd rather stay on topic. So I know, Darnell, we wanted to really, get you on here, because of some things that we talked about the last time on the other show.
Okay.
But my question to you is, and you don't have to answer this. Do you think that there was some trauma that maybe, hit you when you were younger that you're still maybe dealing with, or anything like that? Or maybe the women that you've dated, do you see that you've dated women that may have had trauma, or maybe have you been attracted to that, or vice versa with that question we were asking?
Well, you asked me multiple questions, but I would say to your first two, I would say yes, to both. I mean, honestly, I can recall my parents fighting and arguing when my dad was stationed at Treasure Island in San Francisco. About 2 years, I was about, 2 or 3 years old. I don't recall everything, but I had some kind of memory of what was going on. I had some idea of what was going on. One of the things I remember, especially the only thing I actually remember really was that staircase in that house. Because a lot of times, the arguments or whatever would be happening, say, like downstairs. And, I used to, or sometimes it'd be upstairs and I was downstairs. But I just remember the stairs. I used to climb them damn stairs or come down those stairs, and have no idea what it was, but something just prompted me. Anytime I heard them fighting, it prompted me to just cry, to start crying. I just start crying and run in the middle of it for some odd reason. Don't know why. To this day, I still don't know why. I'd say where it's that, childhood trauma, still kind of affects me. And then I ain't gonna lie, my mother, she did some real messed up things as my mother was the type of woman that used to like to call, she weaponized child protective services against my father. That, to be honest with you, in her mind, I guess that was her way of getting back, at my father. But in reality, my opinion, she was hurting. She was doing more damage to my brother and myself. I'm not blaming my mother. I think it may be why my brother had some developed mental issues like schizophrenia and things like that. I think it because I'll tell you, it definitely affected me. I had child protective services literally having to check my body over. You guys don't know what it's like to have to take your clothes off in front of complete strangers, checking for marks and wounds that didn't exist. That happened all the way up until I was 17. I finally got sick of it. That was the last time it happened. I believe it was 2002, 2003. I was 16, 17 years old. I finally told CPS, I was like, look, I'm getting sick of it. I think I even used some profanity in front of her. I said, I am sick of this. I said, I'm not going to do this no more. Because it's like, man, I don't know. It was like putting me on display, And after that, CPS gave me an option, say, hey, if you want, or I'm sorry, they didn't give me an option, but said, at that point, they forced my mother, said, look, you have to formally come out and make make a formal complaint, because there used to be a loophole. It's probably still there, but there used to be a loophole. All you have to do is tell Child Protective Services, I heard this. And that's what my mother used to do. I heard this, I heard that. Because if she had knowingly made a false complaint, I believe she could have been prosecuted for it. So that's why she never would formally make a complaint. She said, I just heard it.
That's never gonna happen. Women don't get prosecuted like that. They could call the cops all day, every day, and say you did something.
I mean, he basically said that because if it's happened since he was a child all the way up till he was 17, that's ridiculous amount of calls for the police department. For the police department to constantly continue to humor this woman in these phone calls without calling some attention to why are you calling so much? Every time we protect her?
It wasn't just calls, Ronan. It was like they would come. The last time they came to my school, I had to undress in the principal's office.
Man.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of that's kind of bad. I mean, my mother and I, we believe it or not, our relationship's better now today. The only thing I do, I ain't gonna lie to you, because all it does is lead to an argument, so I don't bring it up no more. But I wish he would stop lying to me about what really happened, because I know the truth. But
I have a question for Georgia on that. Do parents unknowingly cause trauma? And how is that done? And I'll just say it, there's almost like, hey, I got spanked when I was a kid. It helped, I grew up okay, and then they spank, or whatever kind of abuse that they've done, but they think they are actually doing something good.
They're doing the Lord's work.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that Darnell's mother was incorrect, but maybe in her mind, I'm doing the right thing.
Most definitely.
How does that manifest? And how do you see that where you may talk to a parent, they're like, and they are justifying, like, I do this because of this, this, and this, and you just don't understand.
So I think we have to separate the two here, because there's a difference between, when we talk about, I'm specifically, Darnell, talking about witnessing domestic violence. A lot of times I've had people come into therapy and again asking, have you been exposed to any physical or sexual abuse? And they say, no. So then when I get into the parents' relationship, are your parents still, are they still together? Were they married when you're growing up? Yeah. What kind of relationship did your parents have? Well, my dad my dad used to beat my mom all the time. And I would say, oh, okay. So mind you, I went back, I asked them about being exposed to any type of abuse, and they say no. A lot of people don't understand that witnessing domestic violence is emotional abuse. Even if that parent didn't lay a hand on you, you're abusing that child by exposing that to them. And so as adults, kids are very anxious, or adults are very anxious. They're dealing with low self-esteem. They think that they were the cause of why their parents were fighting all the time. They're dealing with depression. This is, again, another PTSD situation where, parents who have beaten the crap out of each other in front of their kids, as adults, they don't understand why they jump all the time. And they're always looking around them, or they can't seem to relax or settle down. That is in direct response to you hiding when dad and mom are beating on each other.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing as a child. You're going to have the same reactions if a child is beating on you versus you being exposed to your parents beating on each other.
Yeah, I don't recall the beating. It was I recall verbal. Everything was verbal. Although there were later on, my dad, he used to have a scar on his arm. You can't see it anymore. He had laser surgery. But when I was a child, I asked him, how'd you get that scar? And that's when he told me my mom went after him with a knife.
So how do you convince a parent that what they're doing is traumatic if it was not traumatic to them?
You know, the best way to do that is, you know, when you have a child come into therapy and they've disclosed that, you know, there's some either emotional or verbal abuse or physical abuse going on at home. You know, emotional abuse can be, you know, your dad is not helping to pay for the groceries, or he's withholding money, or not allowing mom to go get, you know, her products that she needs for herself. There's a lot of different types of abuse that goes on in households. And so the best way is to really sit down and have a conversation with the parent as to what the child is dealing with, whether it's depression, anxiety, they're having difficulties managing their behaviors at school, they can't keep friends. All of these are, you know, the outcomes of what happens when children are exposed to this level of abuse on a daily basis.
But what I mean by that is, you have a parent that says, I got my butt whooped and look how I turned out.
Oh, okay.
How do you justify that? Because the parent in their mind is always going to justify it by saying, this made me into the person I am.
So,
go ahead. And I think that goes back to Richard's part, what Richard was saying, how back in the day, we didn't need it. You know, the therapy was there and you just kind of grew up with it. But go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry.
I just want to ask Georgia real quick. Were you, did your parents beat you as a child a little bit?
Oh, hell yeah. My mother beat my ass on a regular, and I begged for every single one of them. I begged for them. Begged for them.
You seem like such a nice lady. I would imagine you probably just had stern talking tubes.
No.
It was that mouth.
And my mother used to wait till I got out the tub. Wet.
Oh.
Hey, Miss Georgia, did she make you cut your own switch?
Oh, absolutely. I got my own switch. I got my own, there was a black leather belt.
So that goes back to you. You turned out okay. So why wouldn't you do that same? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you do that to your child?
There's a difference between being spanked and beaten. You know, my mother never hit us, at least I don't recall. There were 5 of us, so who knows? My mother never hit me because she was just mad. My mother hit me because, you know what, I have told you 9,000 times to stop doing. Well, we only really got 3, but my mother had warned us over and over again to not. So my mother wouldn't just come home and hit us. That wasn't what she did. We actually did something to deserve a spanking. She got tired of talking, and so now you're getting your butt whooped. But I don't.
But what is your abuse? And I guess this were the line. And help me out, Richard. What is the line where it's abuse, it's a discipline to you, abuse for someone else? Because other people say, oh, no, you can't even touch them. You got to go straight to timeout. Where's that line at? Because what you didn't see as abuse, Jeffrey could have seen as abuse.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I think that if we were to fast forward those beatings to 2025, my mother would probably be in jail. But I don't. But back then, you know, my mother wasn't. We weren't going to school with black eyes. Do we have welts on our butts and our backs from, you know, getting hit with the belt and moving our hands? Absolutely. You moved your hands to your butt, you got it in the back. So, but was it? No. Did I? I see what you're saying. There's a very fine line.
Georgia.
If we put it today,
go ahead, please finish. I apologize.
No, so I think that if we put those beatings, those spankings, whoopings today, yes.
No, you call them what they were. They were straight outright beatings, lashings. Yes.
But, you know, like my mother didn't beat us until she couldn't breathe anymore either. So I think, you know, she got her point across. And then we had to go to bed, or we had to go do whatever she told us to do in the first place. So I understand there's a fine line, because if you put this in a different household, okay, we're calling the police. But that day and age, it was, you know, all the kids in the neighborhood.
My mom whooped us right in front of the whole goddamn school.
And
then sent us back with shorts the next day. So you had the whelps on your leg as embarrassment.
Yes.
And the teachers didn't say a thing, nor did the principal.
Man, I went to school with a teacher's principal, and everybody got to beat you, man. So they came.
Oh yeah, in my middle school, they still had paddling. So they had the teachers with the drill paddle holes in it.
Yes.
All you did was slap,
Yes.
bam, in the hallway. They wouldn't beat
What?
you in front of the teacher, in front of the class. You'd step out in the hallway with the teacher, and the teacher would give you swats outside.
So I think there's a difference, and I think there's a difference between, you know, nowadays when people, you know, they say, I tell parents now, if you don't leave a mark on it, you know, you hit them all, you can't hit them above the waist.
Use the phone book.
So I'm not going to tell a person that no,
Don't
there's
leave a mark.
need to be spanked. You can't leave a
And
mark.
now you telling them to hit them with phone
cannot-
books and everything else, old school
You can't
style.
leave
Right?
a mark above the
Take
waist.
a phone book and smack them around with the phone book, right?
Well, shoot, they moved. You know, like you said, you was moving. Hey.
If you moved, you got it.
Shit.
So
Richard, did you had a question, Richard?
I became a professional paddle snapper. I knew how to tighten my butt up right at the point of impact. And I would literally I would break the cutting boards. My mom used to hit. She used to get so fucking mad when I did that. She's like, "Now go get the goddamn belt. Go find a leather belt."
Yep.
Sure enough, she had that leather belt that had the handle sewed into it.
But Fearless, I don't think I fully answered your second part of the question. It's about trauma from women, though.
Go ahead.
I did. So I said yes to that as well. As far as dating goes, one, I've never. I guess you could say, especially around women, especially, I was always socially awkward. Yeah. But I would say, I think, you know, what it was is that because I had a scarcity mindset, you know, because, you know, I usually got rejected quite a bit. So I had the scarcity mindset. And, you know, later on that would lead me to problems down the road. So when I finally got a woman that seemed to be interested in me or, you know, gave me a shot, a lot of times they were really emotionally abusive. Basically, I was kind of setting myself up quite a bit, you know, and that's why my first super chat, that's why I super chatted what I did about sometimes past partner or sometimes partners that has some kind of trauma, for example, because like these women, they went through trauma. My ex-fiance, she went through trauma. One of the women I dated when I was in the Army, she went through trauma. You know, just about, I would say at least, I don't know, about 8, I'd say maybe 9 out of 10 of them, you know, had some kind of trauma.
So you had developed a pattern of dating the same type of woman.
I think so, but I think it was more or less because of my my belief about dating within your own status or level. So like I said, I only have a high school diploma. So I'm not trying to talk to a college educated woman because I don't have a college degree. If that makes sense.
That doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't mean anything.
I think what he's saying is he doesn't feel what's the word I'm looking for? Sufficient enough.
Adequate.
Worthy. Yes. He does not feel worthy.
It's interesting because I want to say something real quick. Darnell, it's interesting because 3 of the cognitive or developmental impacts of being exposed to abuse, whether physical or verbal, is the belief that the world is unsafe, people can't be trusted, and I am unworthy. It also impacts decision making. It makes it very difficult for adults to make effective, confident decisions. And the other part of it is it hinders your academic performance or limits your career opportunities. And that's a direct impact of just not having the confidence.
That's what I mean. Do you think because he was traumatized, remember we were talking about in a sense with the woman, how they look for an abuser or perpetrator, predator. Do you think that's happening to something like with Darnell, since he feels like that and he's seeking out women that are abusive, as he said?
I think it's when. So the short answer is yes. You know, there's more to that, but I think when you limit yourself based on how you feel about yourself, when you limit your dating options,
Mhm.
You're, what was that?
Somebody's
What's that?
phone or
Go
something.
ahead.
Oh, you're exposing yourself to more higher chances of having a dysfunctional relationship. So I think that if you felt better about yourself, if you felt more confident, then you
Mhm.
would go. You would not put barriers on who you're willing to date or who you're willing to. It all boils down to just you not having the confidence and you not feeling you're worthy enough to deserve somebody who has the same or more. So it almost you put yourself in a situation to where you have more than so you can feel better in the relationship. And so oftentimes men who are intimidated by a woman who makes more, there's more behind that. It's not that she just makes more money. There's something going on with that man that he struggles with the fact that that woman is quote unquote doing better than he does. So that all boils down to self-confidence and self-esteem.
Well, I mean, it's not a case that I felt, that, or I had some kind of jealousy of, oh, she's doing better or anything like that. It's
It's not
just,
that. That's not what I said. I said that because of how you feel about yourself, not feeling worthy enough, you are not going to go after a woman who's college educated because you're intimidated by that. It doesn't mean you're jealous of it, but that's something that intimidates you.
no, man, I'm not intimidated. It's just more or less like you see it now thanks to social media. Back then, it wasn't social media, but it was around. But on average, a woman wants a man that makes 25% more than she does. She wants to feel safe, secure, financially secure. Obviously, if I have a high school diploma, um, I'm not going to say that caps my earnings, but there is somewhat of a ceiling of a.
There is not. So Darnell, you're refuting what I'm saying, but you're validating what I'm saying. You having a high school diploma has nothing to do with what your earning potential is. It has zero to do with your earning potential. That's a ceiling that you placed on yourself. And for you to say you're not intimidated by that, that's a hard word for men to accept. Okay. The bottom line is if you didn't keep holding on to the fact that I only have a high school diploma, that doesn't mean anything. You won't go after a woman has more than that because you feel a certain way about yourself.
Correct. And Darnell, the reason I say that is it really comes down to confidence. Because how can that guy who don't have no job drop that girl off at work and take her car?
Well, yeah, you talking about the Pookies and the Ray Rays, but I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, there are men like that that what they may lack in finance, for example, they may make up for in gain. Maybe they might have that look. There was a woman I dated. She was going through school. She was going to community college. I had just got out the army, and we started dating. And I think we we weren't really dating, but like we did go on about 3 dates. And then she finally just date 3, maybe 4. She hit me up, said, "Hey, this just ain't working." For me. Then she put on.
You think it's something to do with you? Meaning, women like confidence, and maybe you were doing your pity party, and they're just like, "Yeah, I'm not in the."
Hey, Fearless, hold on.
No, that's not what happened. So what happened was, or what I think happened, she thought I was a nerd for some odd reason. On the last date we had, we went to the movies, and I just happened to notice there was a new Star Trek movie in theaters. I'm like, oh, they made another Star Trek movie. And just because I said about Star Trek, yeah. She asked me, "Are you a nerd?" Yep. I said, "No, I'm not a nerd." Well, how do you know about Star Trek? Well, me and my dad used to watch The Next Generation all the time. But I'm not a Trekkie or anything like that. I just know a little bit about Star Trek. Anyway, she literally posted on MySpace the following day. I can't date a nerd. I need she actually said, "I need a thug."
Darnell, how long ago was this?
That was 2009.
Okay, so let's can we stop? We need to talk about current. Okay,
Well, as
so
far as current, I'm not really doing a whole lot of dating these
I
days.
know. Hold on. So Darnell, I actually watched the segment with you last week.
Mhm,
Okay, and so
mhm.
I just want to have an uninterrupted moment with
And we're
you.
going to do that. We're going to remove.
Okay, so Darnell, I was very concerned about just the way that you talk about yourself and the things that you don't have. And I want to ask you, what is it about this high school diploma that is holding you hostage?
Can you elaborate? Like, what do you mean? What is it
Be-
about the high school diploma?
what is it that you feel? Why do you feel only having a high school diploma defines who you are?
I would say society. Really. Well, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The way I talk, I don't sound exactly too confident. When you start a sentence with or duh, that's not a very.
And so I'm going to stop you. So Darnell, so one of the things that you and I are going to do is,
Mhm.
I want us to have a conversation without you putting yourself down. It is very hard to hear you and to truly understand what you are trying to say, because you always take a moment to put yourself down. And when you
Mhm.
do that, people see you in a different light. Okay, so when you and I are going to have a conversation without you talking badly about yourself, you having a high school diploma has nothing to do with what you're able to do in life. So why is it again that you are holding on to, well, I only have a high school diploma?
A lot of times, and take work for example. Um, it's like you're viewed. The jobs I held usually required a degree, but um, the thing is that uh, for government contract people that deploy to combat zones, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people with college degrees don't want those jobs, so they would have to lower and hire people that had experience. If they had the experience in lieu of said degree, then they would hire me. But it was kind of like, I guess you could say, think of it like people would think I was a what they call them today, DEI hires or something like that. It's like they felt I didn't qualify for the job, wouldn't listen to me on things. I mean, I had a project manager. The guy couldn't do sixth grade math, you know, or I'm sorry, he couldn't do third grade math. He literally, I had to get him to pull up a calculator to realize that anything times zero will always equal zero. He just would not believe me.
Okay.
He's like, I went to college, and I would always keep hearing that. I've been to college. I'm not stupid. It's like I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just, you know, it's just one of those things that when you don't have that degree, it's like people act like you don't know what you're talking about, kind of thing. Does that make
Do you,
sense?
I hear you. Do you feel like you know what you're talking about?
A lot of times, yes.
Okay. So Darnell, the problem is that for some reason, and we can go into this at a different time, but for some reason your confidence is just not there. So at some point in your life, what happened that just made you feel like you just weren't enough?
Well, to be honest with you, Miss George, I have to disagree, and the only reason I say that is because when I was in the army, I was diagnosed.
No,
They claimed
no,
I was narcissistic. They claimed I was narcissistic.
a narcissist. Okay.
Correct. So you can't be a narcissist and lack confidence. That's an oxymoron.
Okay. So the diagnosis is incorrect. Okay. You're not a narcissist, okay? Because a narcissist would not talk about themselves in that way. You put yourself down at every opportunity. So the diagnosis was wrong. People make mistakes. I make mistakes. So that diagnosis is not correct.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's still, whether it's correct or not, it's still in my medical file.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, so then that's something you can dispute later on if you feel necessary. But my point is that you find an excuse as to where you are and where you are not in life. Every time you get a chance, you will find an excuse for something. Why is that?
It's I think it's more I want to know why. You know what I mean? I want to answer, and when I finally get that answer, okay, this is the understanding. Okay, this is why. For example, let me see if I can think of a good example. Oh yeah, I believe that the last podcast you're referencing, um, I believe I said something about okay, yes, there's a lot of things I made mistakes in the past that you know uh, that I'm atoning for now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I believe that like I said, the past it has a huge impact of what happens in the future. I.e., being an underachiever in high school, for example. You know, that set
Wait,
me up.
no, we're not doing that. We are not doing
Okay,
that. Okay.
I was just trying to.
I was a straight D and F student in high school. Okay.
Mhm,
I have a master's. I have 3 degrees.
mhm.
So that you continue to you make excuses. The bottom line is, for some reason, you are not able to get off of the launching pad. You make an excuse for everything.
Okay.
Do you not? Do you not agree?
I mean, yes and no. I know I used to make a lot of excuses when I didn't accept when I had a hard time accepting accountability. That's a true statement. But now, like I said, I think I'm coming to terms with things a little bit.
Where do you want to be in life? What do you want? Where do you want to be in the next? I'm going to say we're going to make it small. Where do you want to be with your life in the next year?
Where do I want?
What do you
Well, I mean,
want for yourself in the
it's not gonna happen in a year. I know that.
Okay, Darnell, we're breaking it down. In a
Okay.
year, what can you achieve for yourself?
In a year, I can. Uh, I can get this land deal, and um, I mean, the good news is I'm like I said, I'm debt free, so I can purchase this land. Work, continue to work hard, save up some more money, um, and get this family trust going.
What are you
But
going to do? What are you going to do for yourself in the next outside of the land? What are you going to
Mhm.
do for Darnell?
You said outside of the land. Um, hmm. Well, I don't. I mean, the thing is, ma'am, that's what I am doing it for myself. That it's a good investment. It's going to
That's
pay
an
if it
investment.
works out.
That's an investment. I hear you. What are you going to do for Darnell to start taking care of yourself? What are you going to do? What are you going to start doing?
Oh well, there's one thing I can start doing. I can stop buying you damn cigarettes at $12 a pack. I can stop that.
Okay. What
You know
else?
that.
What else do you need to stop doing that's going to put you in a better place in life?
Hmm. I mean, other than getting these investments going, there's really nothing I can really think of. I mean, I'm a real simple man. Don't really need much.
When you look in the mirror, who do you see? Let's just keep breaking it down. Who do you see?
Uh, I see. Well, you told. Well, actually, you told. I don't think I can answer this question due
Yes,
to
you
the parameters.
can, because it doesn't
You
have to
said.
be negative, Darnell. That's my
Well,
problem with you.
the thing is, I said what I see in the mirror is negative.
Why?
Why? Okay, well, like I said, I see
You see a what?
a fool.
Why? Where did you come to that?
Based based on my previous mistakes I have made in life. That's that's why I see even in the the book of Proverbs, it states a fool shall soon part with his money. I've done that. Um, you know, there's if you read the book of Proverbs, there's actually a lot of verses in there that speak as to how to live, and I did none of that. And the sad part is going to church, in Alabama, going to Spirit and Truth. I knew better. That's the sad part.
Okay, so let's stop that. What are you proud of?
Uh, I'm proud of. I'm proud of the fact that despite having a high school diploma, I made 100. I look back at my old tax returns when I was making 165 grand a year. A lot of people in their 20s, especially after the financial crisis of '08. I mean, that I pulled that feat off, and that to me that's something to be very proud of.
Absolutely.
Uh,
How did you manage to do that?
Simple. War was business, and business is good, or it was at the time.
So
we
what
were in
was
two wars.
your job back then, Darnell? What was your job? What were your responsibilities?
I had multiple responsibilities, but I started out as an aerostat technician. When they found out we were struggling with logistics, they found out I was 88 November in the Army. And the program found that out. They moved me to logistics because we needed help. So I became a logistics manager. Um, then I became an electronic technician. I even became legally under for in service to Uncle Sam, an arms dealer essentially.
Okay. How long did you do that?
I was a government contractor for 10 years.
Okay. And you retired?
More. I failed medical, and government said you're non-deployable.
Okay. And so how did you deal with that?
I was angry, bitter, pissed. Started drinking real heavily.
Mm.
I think I was drinking heavily before that, but it was that. I reached a point I reached a tipping point. I think when I couldn't deploy. I was going through a lot. They didn't like the fact about taking antidepressants. They're like, oh well, I remember in one case, my trazodone, for example. Oh well, what if he falls asleep and can't wake up?
Yeah.
Which was they were just being ridiculous. Even my doctor, who was like, man, they're being ridiculous. But he was trying to help me out. They were just coming up with every excuse why I can't deploy.
You felt pretty defeated.
Angry, lost. At that time, I was heavy in debt too. At that time, so I felt a lot of fear. Took me a couple of years to get out of that debt.
But you did.
Yes. Yes, I did. It wasn't easy. Dave Ramsey, rice and beans.
Okay, but you did it, right? You were determined to get out of debt, and you did it.
Yes.
Okay, so then I ask you, what are you proud of, and that's something else to be proud of.
Yeah, but I'd rather have not gotten that damn debt in the first damn place.
See, you just did it. I just said you can't say anything negative, and so rather than saying, I said that's something to be proud of, and sit there for a moment and say, "Damn, I did that on my own. You did it on your own, Darnell." And so you go back to the negative instead of focusing on like, I worked for 10 years, I busted my ass off, I made a lot of money, after that I was in debt and I managed to get myself out of debt. And then I know from the last show you bought a house.
I bought the house back in 2013.
Okay, but you bought a house. There's a lot of men out here who are 60 years old who've never owned their own home, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, there's things that you've accomplished and there's things that you should be proud of, Darnell, but you stay in the negative so much. It's hard for you to feel better about life because your go-to is just to point out all the shit that you've been through, and you've been through a lot. And I'm not going to invalidate what you've been through, but I want you to take a step back and recognize how much you've accomplished in life and be proud of that. And don't let the fact that you don't have anything above a high school diploma, don't let that be the reason that you don't keep pushing and keep going toward the things that you want. You all talked about the drinking. Are you still drinking?
Not heavily, no.
Okay. And so you've owned up to the fact that you have used alcohol in the past to cope. So even a little bit of alcohol is not okay, right?
Yes, I agree. But as you know, Miss Georgia, people with addiction,
we're not doing it. No, I know you don't have to educate me on addiction, but that's another excuse as to why you're not going to stop drinking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what you have to get out of, Darnell, you got to stop beating yourself up, and you got to stop looking for excuses or reasons as to why you aren't where you want to be in life. You have made it this far because you were able, you fought hard, you worked hard, you did what you needed to do, and you have hit some bumps in the road. But you can't just give up, and you can't keep going to alcohol and whatever else to keep numbing the fact that you aren't where you want to be in life. You have potential to do some amazing things. You're an amazing speaker. You have the potential to do things. You have to stop putting yourself down. And you being an African American man in this world, nobody is going to give you a hand up. As shitty as that may feel, it's the truth.
Oh no, absolutely.
So you have to look in the mirror and be proud of where you are in life and recognize, you know what? Although I have been through some shit, I'm still okay. And you gotta put the alcohol down. You having an addictive personality, there's no such thing as drinking a little bit of alcohol. You can't have any because it's your go-to. And one shot becomes 2 shots. One glass becomes 3 glasses. So drinking for you is not an option. It's not. You can't have a little bit of alcohol when you have an alcohol problem. You got to put the alcohol down and start focusing on what you want. And you've got to stop talking negatively about yourself. Go get a haircut like Fearless and Ronan were telling you. You're nice.
Not the haircut.
Okay, well, I can't see you because you got the camera off. Did you change your shirt today?
Did I do what now?
I said, did you change your shirt today?
Well, obviously. I mean,
I can't see you, Darnell. You got the camera off.
Yeah, I can turn it on.
Let me see. Let me see what you're looking. Let me see the haircut.
I didn't get a haircut.
Darnell, you ain't cut that damn hair. You ain't cut the beard or nothing.
I got a lot of, I'm busy. I'm working.
No, you just told me a whole lie.
What? I didn't lie. I didn't say I had a haircut. You said
You
shirt. You asked me about the shirt. That's obviously.
said you had a haircut.
No, I did not, ma'am.
So okay, then I misheard you. So, what's up with the haircut and the beard? Getting your beard clean? You got a nice full beard. Why are we not getting it cleaned up?
Well, I'll get a haircut this Saturday.
No, you won't. No, you
Yeah,
won't.
yeah, you're
Because you
probably
told
right.
me you were going to get it like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, you're probably right. But I am going. Once I get this damn move done, I will get in that barber shop.
No, Darnell, you getting moved has nothing to do with you taking care of your basic needs. Getting a haircut, cleaning it up a bit. What does that have to do with getting other stuff together? When you start
Right
taking
now,
care of you and looking in the mirror and liking who you're looking at, you got to
Mhm.
do that every day, and it makes such a big difference.
Well, right now I got $10,000 on the line. This buyer, he's trying to.
I don't want you
shenanigans.
talking about your finances on the internet. I don't want you doing all that. I'm talking about the bare minimum that you can do to start feeling better. Number one is putting the alcohol down. And if you're taking pills, antidepressants, sleep medications, there's no reason why you should be drinking alcohol and mixing that. It's very dangerous.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we go get into a program to stop the alcohol.
I did. I went in March of last year.
Okay, you need to go back. I'm telling you, go back. The door's still open. Go back.
I tried. They said no. VA said no.
So you have to keep trying to get in somewhere else, Darnell, because you have a problem with alcohol. Stop spending your money on stupid stuff. Even if it's $5 here, $10 there, that's money that you could be stacking up and earning interest on and investing somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Stop putting yourself down at every opportunity. Stop talking about what you don't have and what happened to you. Nobody's life is a cakewalk. It is so frustrating to be able to see a functioning African-American man who could be doing a lot, but you spend so much time talking about how fucked up the world is. And you got to stop doing that. Focus on what you've accomplished. You got too much going for you to sit in this pity party that you're in. You have to stop doing it, Darnell. You're a nice looking man. Great to talk to. You have all these wonderful qualities, but you want to sit and talk about the shit show that you've been through. Stop. You can't change it. Am I right or wrong?
I think you misunderstand on why I talk about what I talk about. It's not, or excuse me, the past. I meant the reason I bring it up is usually it has to do with topics that that we talk about, and I've experienced or I've gone through a lot of it. So I bring up past experience, as related to the topics for purposes conversation, and perhaps there's somebody out there that's say another young man. It could be another another young black man, say that's 18, 21, might be listening, and it's kind of like and if Ronan was here, he could tell you this, but in the Army, and I'm pretty sure in the Marine Corps, same thing, is when you got the older NCOs that have already made the stupid decisions that you're about to make, a lot of times they'll tell you, okay, I have done this, I've done that. They'll tell you about the car dealerships outside outside the post. They'll tell you, guys, I went out and I bought a car as soon as I got out of AIT, as soon as I got to my first duty station, walked through the door, boy, was I stupid, and that's just how they talk, that's just how they talk.
Well, hold on, Darnell. So I appreciate your experiences, and they absolutely can help somebody, especially young African American man who's going through things or trying to figure out himself in life, where his steps in life. Okay. But what I'm talking about is when we're talking about today, you go to the negative, you go to what you've been through. Okay. You go back to all the hurt and pain that you've experienced. You don't have to do that every single time. Stop talking about the fact that you only have a high school diploma. It doesn't mean anything. There are multimillionaires out there who don't even have a high school diploma, who don't have a GED, making millions.
Yes, ma'am. But statistically speaking, it's very
Okay.
few. It's like there are exceptions to the rule.
However, let's go to the tech field, to the tech world. There's many people out there in technology who don't have a degree simply because it's changing every single day. There would not be a degree program that could keep up with how technology is changing, and they're making good money. Average, everyday individuals. So stop holding on to that high school diploma. That doesn't have any bearing on anything. You are holding yourself back. You have to believe into yourself more. You have to walk into a room and own the room. You come into these lives with a woe is me. You have a lot of good things to say, but it gets lost in the misery that you've experienced. And you have some great stuff going on. But you got to stop focusing on the negative. You have to believe in yourself. You've got Ronan, you've got Fearless who believe in you, who know that you can do more. But you have to want it more than anybody else in the world. I want for once for you to come into this live and not say anything negative about yourself.
Ooh, that's going to be hard.
Why? And that's sad. That's sad that you feel that would be hard because of all the wonderful things you've accomplished. You think it would be hard to come in here and not say something positive and to remain positive and not go to the negative when talking about yourself.
Well, I'll tell you what, Miss Georgia, one effective way that might work. Let's say for every time I say something negative, for example, we'll use about myself. I'll put let's say I put the money in a, kind of like a swear jar kind of thing.
We're not doing anything else with your money.
Absolutely not. We're not spending no more money.
No. I mean, like change. I'm talking change. You know how the purpose of it is not the money. It's like, how you got change in your pocket, and every time you swear, you put it in the swear jar.
Go invest it in yourself. Don't spend no more money.
They came in specifically to say that.
I noticed.
Okay.
I was just trying to bring up the swear jar thing. That's all.
And I get it, and I appreciate that, but I want you to stop leading with money. You've gotten this money. You sold your house. You've gotten this money. You got to stop. And I would really like if we stop talking about it on live. Okay, that's your own private thing. You got to stop throwing $5 here, $10. It adds up. So find other ways to stay in a positive space and not leading with money. If it's not investing in something for you to grow your money, then don't do it.
Okay.
So going back to it, when you come into these lives, you got a lot of good stuff to say. So focus on the positive input and the things that you've been through and the stuff that you've accomplished, and stop leading with the negative. And if you come into this live one more time with your hair uncut and that beard not shaved, that we gonna fight. Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you.
Okay, we get it together. You got to go into a room and own it. Okay. You got too much good stuff to share. And so you got to stop coming in here looking like somebody dragged you off of the street, because they didn't. Get yourself together. The next live we do, you got to come in here looking fresh and like you just stepped off a GQ magazine. You have said you've gotten a haircut 3 times and you keep coming in here looking the same.
But it is true. I did, and I got a haircut once live.
Find a different barber. Don't go back to him. Fired.
Oh no, I'm not. Oh yeah, I fired that guy.
Don't kill him. Just go to a different barber.
No. Yeah, obviously. But yeah, he messed up my hairline real bad.
Okay, we're not gonna talk about it. I heard about it. If you tell me about the hairline one more again, we're getting it cleaned up. We're getting a haircut, and you're coming in here positive.
Stop rocking, Darnell.
You need to. No, he can rock. I need to hear acknowledgement. Are you going to do that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, I need a commitment from you. I need you to verbalize it.
But my question to Darnell is...
Wait, stop. And I don't need you to avoid us. You know how many times a week we come online? Yeah. And most of the time you're in our rooms. So to avoid us is you acknowledging that you're not doing what you need to do. So I need you to come in the rooms and actually follow through on what you said.
I'll follow up, but I just need to establish a time frame. I do need a week. Okay.
You got a weekend coming up right now. What's wrong with this weekend?
I got to get out of this damn house.
Darnell.
You guys don't know.
Listen. You're making an excuse. You're
No.
You pick up people all day long. You drive around and pick up people. You pass multiple barbershops in and out of different trips. You can turn off that meter for 1 second right around the barbershop, go in and get the real quick that haircut, then turn your meter back on and go right back to work. It ain't gonna take but a thing.
There are things behind the scenes you don't understand.
Darnell, let me just ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand it. What is the hesitation in just getting a haircut? Like,
there's no hesitation as far as the haircut. I'm just saying the time. I just need a week.
No, Darnell, stop.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that maybe was it this week, Ronan? He was on like 10 shows. Like, how many other shows he been on? I know he was on one earlier this week.
He usually hangs out in our rooms or obstacles rooms.
Yeah, so you've been on shows.
I'm not on all the rooms, but I know.
So here's the thing is, Darnell, you have the time. You've just decided to put your time listening to a show or something like that. So if you have the time to listen to a show and call in and get in, why can't you just go to the barbershop? You can still listen to a show, put your headphones in. You can be getting your hair cut while you're listening to a show and participating.
I'm over here editing and everything else when I'm listening.
Yes.
So what is the hesitation? This new freaking buyer is he's kind of shady. Okay. And
what does it have to do with if the barbershop open at 7 in the morning, because some of them do, or they go until 9 at night, which some of them do? What does that have to do with somebody being shady?
Here's the thing. Let me
I want him to answer that. Hold on. What does that have to do with the being shady?
I'm going to add to this real quick. If you have an issue with your buyer, and we talked about this, I have a real estate agent you can talk to. He has multiple licenses in different states. Okay. And he's already advised you a little bit. What I'm saying to you is appearance is everything in business. If you're conducting business right now of any kind of monetary value and you want to be taken serious and you're walking in an office, I don't care if you have a nice shirt on and that beard and that hair is looking like it is. Do you think they're taking you seriously?
No.
Then that's the reason why you need to get your hair and your beard trimmed, because you are conducting business with large amounts of money and you need to have a professional demeanor so that people aren't taking you lightly. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
So I want one more question, Darnell. Darnell, why do you keep saying that you're doing these things and you're not? Why do you keep saying that you're getting your hair cut and you're not, and your beard's shaped up? Because you're clearly not. So why do you keep saying you're doing it?
No, seriously, I have done it 3-4 times.
Last time we were
Started in
aware
October.
November or October was the last time you had a haircut.
To Ray Charles?
I believe it was.
What do you,
Am I going to what now? I'm sorry.
I said, are you going to Ray Charles?
Well, technically, yes. I'm about to become Ray Charles. Minus the talent, of course.
Oh, see, here we go.
Well, that was a joke.
Okay.
But I showed you 6 barbershops. I just don't know what the hesitation is. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, here.
It's like a real.
Listen, I've talked to you several times, Fearless, because I suffer from PTSD, and I tell you I have time lapses. Well, I'll sit.
Yeah.
I'm on trazodone too. I have other things I take to keep my chemical imbalances the way they need to be. So I understand time lapses and feeling like, I can do something later. But I push myself to overcome those situations where I know I can get something done right now, and I would want to push it off, but I don't. I need you to get there, Darnell.
Yeah.
But he's not doing anything, Ronan. He's just showing up. That's all he has to do is just show up.
Yeah, I get it. And like I said, I'm not making excuses for him, but I understand being in that same situation. I took off for years, not doing any work, just to go through therapy. I gave up business. I'm like thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of dollars to start all over. I know what he's going through. But I took the time to do it. The whole thing is he's trying to be functioning and trying to do it all at the same time with the other responsibilities he has, which he shouldn't have any of that on his shoulders.
But
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna, it's unfortunately, we are having this conversation because you are the face of many African American men who are dealing with this, and so it's not like you're out there on this island by yourself. There's many men who are going through exactly what you're going through right now. And, my hope is that, with the alcohol, that you actually try to get into a program, because the fact that you're taking these medications and mixing it, it's not okay. You're causing possible damage to your kidneys, to your liver. There's reasons why they have those warning labels,
Mm-hmm.
And you just saying, well, I tried. No, keep trying until you get the help that you need and you don't feel the need to go to alcohol to deal with whatever is going on. But you're not by yourself. I see this every single day. And I hope that you find somebody that you can sit down and truly open up to as to what's going on, because there's a lot of different things that you've dealt with that are holding you back.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that one.
And Darnell, I even told Darnell I would fly out there. I said, brother, we can take we can go to Temu, get $100. You can get a whole new outfit, a couple outfits. Temu shirts only cost about $5. We can get you some new shirts. We can get you a haircut. And in 2 days, you can look like a brand new man. And what did you tell me? Well, man, you don't want to come out now. You made an excuse for me not wanting to come out. And I'm like,
no. That's not what I said. That's not what I said in my reply. I said, you're more than welcome to come out. I just wanted you to know it is tourist season, so expect high hotel prices.
I've never seen anybody make an excuse for another person.
No, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying we got the waste management tour. We got base spring training. I was just letting them know the prices are going to be a little high. If you want to wait until this time, the prices are going to fall. I was just trying to help a brother out, and
Well, you know what? But how about this? How about when somebody offers you something, you say, you know what? Other than drugs and alcohol, just say, you know what? I appreciate it. Thank you.
I said he's more. I did say, hey man, I'd love to see you. You know, come on out. You know, I was just letting them know, hey, right now the
But
price.
this is what you do. This is what you do, Darnell, and I don't think you actually realize you do it. You do an affirmative with the but, then go to negative on everything you do. It's like
single thing.
every time.
It's called a backhanded comment, and you're backhanding yourself, not somebody else.
Well, that wasn't my intention to, trying to, make a backhanded comment. It was just, I was just telling the facts of prices right now are through the roof. You know, believe me, I'm paying for a hotel as we speak. You know,
which is terrible. You should be in Airbnb, especially if you know you're going to be there a minute.
Yeah.
Hotel room rates are atrocious. You just said so. Why wouldn't you look up an Airbnb?
Yeah, why aren't you staying in an Airbnb?
I've never done an Airbnb, if you want to know the truth.
Okay. It's a first time for everything.
Right. Sign up on the app. Go look for a house in your area that's affordable. Based on what you're paying for an apartment, for a hotel, you can find an Airbnb way less for a longer period of time and save yourself something.
I know, Darnell, you're talking about how much a hotel is. Brother, I was flipping the plane trip. You wasn't buying my ticket. I'm buying my own ticket, my own car. What was you worried about the hotel for?
Okay, Fearless. I tell you what, Fearless, then you buy the ticket.
Hey, he got freaking flyer miles. He probably get that ticket for free. He got freaking flyer miles. I ain't been chatting much.
But the thing is, man, here's what I was going to say. It has to be a purpose for me to go out there. Meaning, it's not going out there to talk and do this. This is to get you together to show you where you can be.
He coming out there to work. He ain't coming out to play. So if he coming out there, it's on business.
What's your takeaway from our conversation just now?
Takeaway, stop saying negative things, or stop describing myself in a negative light, I suppose. Quit the alcohol, go back into rehab, and get a haircut, obviously. Stop, what do you call it? Stop procrastinating, I suppose.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Stop digging up the past, all the shit you've been through.
Yeah.
Focus on the future. Focus on the current.
Well, like I said, behind the scenes, I do believe I'm focused on the future. I've been in talks with Ronan behind the scenes. I've pushed a few ideas here and there, and I asked for his input. Some of these may not see ROI for some of these projects 20 to 50 years. So I do think I am focused on the future. Again, you guys don't see the things I'm doing behind the scenes.
I agree. Because we only get a snippet of your life on here. So I absolutely agree with that. But from what we do see, you've got to stop dwelling on what hasn't gone right in your life. We all have those things that haven't gone right, but you can't dwell on that. You got to push past it and focus on the things that you do have. And like I said, you have great conversation, but it gets so lost in the woe is me and in the stuff that you've been through that you lose the message is lost.
And I would be really interested. I wish that you could talk to Georgia even more, because I would be really interested to know the root cause of where this came from. Because
that's just going to have to be offline under HIPAA rules. And
no, I'm just saying, because like she said, when you look at you, brother, light skin is in. Brother, you throw a trim on, you get your hair cut, man. You can change the world. I'm letting you know. You put one of the little fades on, the full beard. Georgia, look at it. You know how I'm gonna let you know. You know how difficult 40 is. You got a full beard, brother.
A full full beard.
A full beard. You ain't got no patches or
Slap
nothing.
on their face to get that.
Yep.
And you could trim that up, and man, you put a line on it. Did you watch? I'm gonna tell you what I noticed. Did you watch the Ohio State game at all?
Who?
No, I didn't.
Darnell, okay. The thing I noticed on the Notre Dame coach, that brother had a line up. It looked like he just came that day, that morning, and it was just crisp. And I was like, man, that brother came here to win. Oh man, he came here to win. Just how crisp he looked. And I was like, man, it would you just don't understand how it would change the way you look, man.
You play good. That's what Coach Prime says. You look good, you feel good. You feel good, you play good. You know, everything has an action and reaction, positive and negative, yin and yang. You know, if you're not doing anything positive, you're only feeling that negative part right now. You got to start producing endorphins by action. You're sitting still. You're complacent. You got to get small little wins. Those small little wins become bigger wins.
Can I add some perspective here? I'm back. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if you've been listening, we would like your input.
I only missed a little bit of it. I had to run to the store. But I definitely heard a good portion of the one-on-one with Darnell, and I had some pushback from what Georgia was saying. And this goes back to a comment I made about it's okay to not be okay. Now, I guess I probably should have punctuated that by saying it gets greater later. What I heard from Darnell in the beginning was a little bit of self-loathing, which I think we all go through at times. But also I heard a brother on the move. I heard a man on the move with plans. And Georgia, when you asked him, what do you have planned for the the next year? We'll keep it short. I'm like, I think he already has one. He's a retired veteran. That takes incredible discipline. You learn that at a young stage in the brain's development. I'm sure Ronan can attest to that. You develop certain things that you do that you know how to do. You got the full backing of the U.S. government and programs and things that you can do. So I heard a brother on the move. So I'm just going to say to you, Darnell, I didn't know who you are from your emoji, but now I know who you are. We've met on this panel before. Man, you are good. You're okay. And frankly, for your look, that's your look. I would accept that's your look. You look like one of the brothers Johnson.
I actually get that quite a bit.
Oh, come on, man. You look like one of the brothers Johnson. And
so what was the pushback, Richard?
So I wanted to just say this too. In 1967, I quote the book in the early 70s. It was written by an author, Thomas Anthony Harris. I found a lot of things that helped me sort out what Bach has described as all the garbage you just tossed down the basement. And then having read that book, I smoked a J and I went down there and I had a garage sale.
Thomas Anthony who? What was the last name?
Thomas Anthony Harris, a 1967 psychiatrist. So I'm okay, you're okay. And if you're not okay, it gets greater later. This is my pushback to you, Georgia. And I think you reiterated one of my earlier points is that sometimes, and at what time does that line come that you need to delineate the past from the present? I have this philosophy, Georgia, I operate on every day now. And, my clock don't go tick-tock, it just goes tock. So I look at every day, every 24 hours as a lifetime, whether I do something significant or not at all. If I don't make my bed, that one's a shot to Fearless. Or if I do make my bed, it's okay to not be okay, meaning that there are going to be things that if you dwell in the past, you can get fixated on. Just like being too involved with, being too beautiful or having the finest car or being too materialistic in any particular way. I think that Darnell is good. He's all right. He's got a plan. He's working on a land deal. That's a big thing. So he has a direction. So my pushback to you was, I think you were kind of out of your wheelhouse because you're also talking to a veteran. And I don't know if it seems he has active duty, and he was one of the.
No, I'm not active.
No, I don't mean
I'm
now,
not.
but.
Oh, okay.
I don't mean now. I mean, in your past. So you have certain levels of trauma that perhaps a person who deals with social trauma might not be able to.
Richard, maybe you don't know my background, but I've worked with veterans for 6 years.
Okay.
That's why I was having the conversation about the PTSD and all the other stuff. It's not just through military trauma; it's also through other trauma. So I actually work with veterans quite a bit. So that's why I'm telling him he needs to sit down and have a conversation about what's going on. But he can't always go back to the stuff that he's been through because it keeps him from moving forward. So he absolutely has to deal with what he's been through. But you can't stand it.
That's a little contradictory, but I'm saying, is that how you normally conduct your interviews or discussions or therapy with veterans in the past 6 years?
What's contradictory?
I made a point earlier. So when is it time to just let go and move on? Right. And you just confirmed that there's some things you just got to let go and move on beyond, right? The past. I listened to a good portion.
I think you're picking and pulling. I don't think you heard the whole conversation.
Well, wait. I just want to say this. It don't take me 2 hours to watch 60 Minutes. And I could see where the conversation was going. And I thought some of those questions, and if you work with veterans like that, I'm not sure that's very helpful, is my point. The contradiction is you said earlier that, no, you got to deal with it sometimes and you got to let it out. And I meet people for the first time who pour their soul out to me because you provide this comfortable and safe environment, a no judgmental environment for them. But I swear, and I know this wasn't a professional session, you were being kind of cruel.
Okay, so wait a minute. Did you see this? Did you see the session last week?
I did not.
Oh, see that? I think you got to go back, okay? Because that conversation, there was some backstory to this, okay? So, Richard, you have to go back to watching what happened last week to understand where all of this came from. So, this conversation with I hear you, but this conversation with Darnell and I wasn't just about today. There was a backstory to a situation that happened on the show last week. So I think you missed a huge portion of what happened last week. So that was a continuation of what happened last week, what just happened with Darnell and I.
Can you give him a quick synopsis to kind of help him fill in the blank a little bit?
You need to go back and do the research before he makes accusations.
Yeah, because it was a very good piece.
Certainly, I know that you are incredibly talented in your field.
I didn't hear that. He cut out.
Yeah, your mic just cracked up real bad.
If I could I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yeah, you cut out. We didn't hear the first part of what you said.
Richard, we can hear you. You just need to repeat what you said.
Your levels are not good, Richard. Your levels are not good.
That grenade might have
you might have self-exploded.
It might be one too many Thai people woke up and got on the internet.
I feel like he definitely missed a huge part of what was said because of how much praise I was giving Darnell for how much he has to offer. So I feel like he missed a huge chunk of what was.
I don't think so, Georgia. I think, and Richard can correct me if I'm wrong, I think Richard is just under the belief that you can just be okay.
Okay.
That, even with the Harris thing says, I'm not okay, you're okay, I'm okay. Like you get to a point where you bury it all or you leave it behind and you just become okay. So that's how he views it.
This is from a published author in 1967 that I'm sure the psychological framework that he was using has been far in advance now in 2024 versus 1964. You're talking about 64 years of different techniques and different things that have happened over the years that have brought psychology up to speed now
Yeah.
versus then. And a lot of things were assumed back then that aren't necessarily true.
Correct. And if he's reading something from 1967, that's very outdated. Very,
Well,
very
let
outdated.
him. He's back, and Richard, is your concept that maybe therapy just isn't needed, or it's outdated, or
Let me
over?
read what Harrison says, and he bases this off a concept of 4 life positions that individuals may adopt. I'm not okay, you're okay. I'm not okay, you're not okay. I'm okay, you're not okay. I'm okay, and you're okay. I mean, that sounds like ones and zeros. You either are or you are not. And if you're not, it's okay for you not to be while I am. And if I'm not and you're okay, then that's okay too. And that's true. That's a simplistic way of looking at life.
Very.
Everybody doesn't have to have the same feelings at the same time, but no one person's feelings can be dismissed no matter which way you look at it. So it's very simplistic the way this thing is written as far as these concepts. And while they might be true, it doesn't delve into the differences of why that person might not be okay. And the person that might be sitting next to him is okay with the other person not being okay. Obviously, everybody's going to make themselves happy. Nobody can make you happy but you. So if you're not happy in your situation, which does it sound like Darnell's happy in his situation? No. Right. So the only person can make Darnell happy is Darnell. But Darnell has to find out where his sweet spot is. If he hasn't started working toward that, then am I my brother's keeper? Should I shut the fuck up and not say anything? Or should I hold him accountable to try to find his happiness in whichever way, in whichever place that is going to be? As men, we should not sit still and allow our brothers to sit there and be complacent when we know they can be better in themselves. And that's, I'll land my plane with that.
And I want to be very clear. What happened, that conversation was absolutely not therapy. And again, I think it's important for people to go back and watch the segment that happened last week, because I'm definitely going off of what was said in that segment. As far as being cruel, there was nothing else. There was nothing that I said that was cruel. I'm praising Darnell for the things that he's gone through in his life and encouraging him not to keep going back to the negative. Yes, you need to deal with it, because that's also going to impact or hopefully stop the whole alcohol use, because we use alcohol to numb, and you've admitted that you have an issue with alcohol, and you can't have an issue with alcohol and drink a little. It's also going to impact or hopefully
there's feedback.
Your feedback is on your TV. Yeah, your TV or whatever is playing in the background.
Just so I did find this, it said it says it is considered somewhat outdated by many psychologists due to its simplistic presentation of
Damn, I almost said the same thing.
Damn, Ronnie, you need to be a psychologist.
That's what happens when you're a high genius type mentality. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
So
very
Darnell,
rudimentary, very rudimentary.
Before I cut out, Darnell, was there anything that I said that you felt was off base?
Are you asking about today or the previous from last week?
Today. I'm talking about specifically what I said. Is there anything that I said that you felt was off base?
No, ma'am. The only thing I'll say is I think there is a misunderstanding. I do believe that there is a misunderstanding, though, of a little bit.
Of what?
What, like, again, when I bring up, previous experience, again, these are things that happened years ago. Okay, they're not happening presently. They haven't happened. In the last, I'd say the last 2-3 years, they haven't happened. Again, I'm only bringing up the past as, an educational, as a point of education, dealing with the topics. and things of that
But
nature.
Darnell, maybe the incidents have not happened, but the other things are manifesting itself. So the incidents happen,
Yeah.
and you're still not getting a haircut. You're still not changing all the time. You're still going through other issues. So maybe those incidents did happen in the past, but they're presenting themselves in the future. They're
Correct.
present.
I mean, I disagree with that. Like I said, as I was trying to say, I was trying to say this on the previous live when you guys were talking about the red pill, for example, and is the red pill dead? And I was trying to say, hey, the red pill, I'll be honest with you, it helped me tremendously. I think it brought uh, understanding. It did bring me some peace and some understanding, believe it or not. I know it's hard to believe because of a lot of the the talking points, the content creators themselves. But again,
But it didn't, Darnell. We talked about this last week, and the talking points of the red pill was to get yourself together, to be the best version of you that you can be, to not put yourself in a situation, to have a overabundance mindset, and none of those concepts that I just mentioned do you possess. So, how did it help you? You're not trying to get yourself together physically, your appearance. You're not trying to have an overabundance mindset. You're not presenting yourself with confidence. So none of those things that the red pill is supposed to be about, you do. So you may understand what something is, but you're not putting it into practice.
I think Darnell, if I could just step in real quick, and you can answer this, and Georgia, please join us. And I wanted to apologize, Georgia, if I'm coming off with some sharp edges. I just really do admire your work. I'm honored to be up here with you. So just to let you know, but I do have more questions, but let us move on. I think Darnell is doing what Darnell wants to do right now. And if being okay with not being okay, if this is what that looks like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I said early on, it gets greater later, Darnell. You sound like you have a path, you have vision, you got a direction. You're going to be fine. Here's the nice part about Darnell, I like to say. That Darnell knows he could pull up a pair of clippers and shave all of that off and get all of that tightened up any day of the week. Am I wrong? Anytime he would like to do that, he's got the foundation. But what I found a little disingenuous in discussion with him, Georgia, is that what if he likes where he's at and he's okay with not being okay, but he's still living his life?
So Richard, that's why I think it's so important for you to go back to see what happened last week. I think you're missing a huge chunk as to why we're even here. Darnell had opened up about the fact that he's not okay. So in the session last week, I wasn't on there, but I actually watched it because Fearless sent it to me. Darnell said he's not in a good space. He's not okay. And so he really opened up about some of the challenges he's been through. And one of the things that Ronan and Fearless kept calling out is the fact that every time they posed something to Darnell, he came up with an excuse. So there's a whole backstory. So I see what you're saying if today was the only thing you saw, but there was a huge backstory that happened. It was a really good conversation that happened last week. So I think if you went back to that, then you would see this differently. But if you're only going off of that exchange that you saw today, which was not therapy, it was a conversation, then I think you would see it differently because Darnell did open up and he was very vulnerable about what happened.
I would push back on that to this extent, only to this extent. Who amongst us today on this panel or in the chat is 100% okay? And I don't mean don't give me stats and, give me granular conversation about this. Don't all of us have something right now in our lives that we make excuses for?
Correct, but let me give you a little form of the excuse. Every time we ask Darnell,
Wait, can I get Georgia on this?
Yeah, but I'll give you a background with Darnell, then she can go. Every time we would ask Darnell, you know, you're going to come into this. You'll come into money. You do that. What do you plan to do for yourself? At no point did Darnell ever want to do anything for himself. It was, he always felt, he did not feel, and believe me, Darnell, help me if I'm saying something wrong. To me, it felt that you weren't worthy enough to do something for yourself. It was, I got to help out my brother. I got to help this person. I got to do this for somebody else. And then I said, Darnell, when are you going to do something for you? Take everybody out of it. And you were, the way you talked and what you said was, you just didn't feel worthy. It was, and we petitioned it back to,
no, it was going to be wasted.
No,
wait, it wasn't, he didn't feel worthy. He felt like he was going to be wasted on him because because of his glaucoma, he was going to be blinded, and it wasn't going to be worth his time to do anything outside of supporting and helping his family and all the other resources that he's come into. He's basically giving it to them.
And it was penance. Remember, I think we used the word penance. Yes, like he felt that he had to punish himself for something he did back then, and it was a constant punishment to feel better. And that's that word that he used, and this is what he used it. I was narcissistic then, and since I was so bad then, I got to change to be this other person now. Right. And that's his excuse for being who he is now. Because I was bad.
Need to really listen to last week's to get into context, because this brother was damn near saying he didn't deserve to live any further.
Right. No. I did not say that.
I had to ask you. Listen. Stop. You didn't say it. You didn't say it outright, but I had to ask you. I said, "Do you feel like you're gonna harm yourself?" Because I thought you need to check yourself in, because you were getting to that point where you were sounding like that to me, but you did not go that far with it.
No, you misunderstood what was going on. Basically, there's some unknown health issues that I'm having.
No, we understood, and because I brought it up to you, Darnell, I said, you
and I'm not going to lie to you.
You didn't want to go to the hospital because you thought they would take your guns. And
No.
Your guns. You said that. Am I right?
No. I did say that, but what I'm trying to say is I have another unknown health issue. Like, I get tremors in the brain. Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to bring all that up. Nobody needs to know all that online. That's why we need to stay vague. But what we're trying to tell him, listen. What we're trying to tell him, instead of you having to repeat all this, is that Richard needs to do the due diligence on his own before furthering this conversation. And go back and listen to last week's red pill conversation that we had when Darnell showed up on the panel towards the end of the live, and listen to that conversation. Then mix that conversation, which is context, to this one, which is what Georgia was doing, continuation based on the conversation we had. We specifically reached out to Darnell this whole week, trying to get him on the panel to have a conversation with him because of the way last week's panel was left. We were concerned. Okay, so that we can just leave it like that, and we don't have to go into detail. Once you play all that back,
know what day and time that was. No, what day and time was that last week?
Last Thursday, same time.
No, Friday.
It was a Friday. It was a Friday, Thursday night therapy, but we did it on a Friday. No, it wasn't.
No, I wasn't on here.
Red pill.
It was a Lions Den conversation on Red. So it was our Lions Den episode on Red Pill. You'll see a big old. It says Red Pill with a.
Well, Ronan, if I could speak to that real quick, I have you on all notifications.
Right.
I think that show hit maybe like really super late here, like late night, early morning.
We went late.
No, because we was 11. You would be in the daytime. It would have actually been perfect for you because we went late.
You're 13 hours ahead of us. Yeah.
Okay, but then I watched it in the daytime. I just didn't tap in. Might have commented.
Well, it was.
You can start out at about 3 hours and 30 minutes if you want.
That's fine. I listened to portions of it. Maybe I had to do some other things.
Yeah, you got to go to the portion where we had during
Okay, I get it. I'll go back and do that. But again, as I said earlier, it doesn't take me 2 hours to watch 60 Minutes.
Yeah, you didn't. Yeah, and the nice thing is,
let him go. I think he's trying to get a point out.
No, but I'm just letting them know I have everything date timestamp now, so you can actually jump on the timestamp and kind of go into where it starts to get into where Darnell is. So it'll be easy for you.
To you and Fearless, respect to your professionalism. You got a beautiful setup. You guys are very professional. The cameras are very crispy. I have a little background in this industry as well. The only watching that play out on this episode, again, it doesn't take me 2 hours to watch 60 Minutes. I probably don't want to go back and watch the other episode. I get the context of this, of that mission. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
However, I just felt that some of the things that Darnell was pushing back on evidenced the fact that he might have struggles like we all do going on in our heads. I think even more so in America because of all the things that are going on. So he might have struggles in his head. He's vulnerable and honest enough to share that. But I don't think anybody on this panel hasn't had, well, we've all had trauma. You know, we're all Black here, right? I don't think anybody on this
Fearless is questionable, but
honestly, is not going through some of what Darnell has described, but has been incredibly open about. So that's my pushback. None of us are perfect, and I mentioned this earlier. And the idea of I'm okay, you're okay, it's okay to not be okay, that whole circle jerk, I get it. I got to sort that out because I met a lot of broken people, and I've been broken too. We all come from that same experience. That's the human experience. Despite your color, I've met so many white kids who are just really messed up in their head. I've met so many white coworkers who are really messed up. Father left, became a doctor, married the receptionist. Man, that's just life. And that's what I mean about, man, sometimes you just got to cut the umbilical cord, draw the line and say, I'm not going to think about that anymore. And suppression of certain memories, I think, would be very helpful for retired military men who've gone through the carnage of war. Suppression of those memories, I think, are very, very effective in helping that soldier reacclimate to normal society. So,
Richard, may I cut you off real quick, Richard? Just real quick.
Please, I apologize.
The only thing I will disagree, and take it from a guy that has done it, you don't want to do, a short-term solution sometimes can lead to longer-term problems. So that's why I do got to disagree with you on that part. Suppression is not always best. The best thing to do is to deal with.
So for the sake, can I just wrap up for myself real quick?
Go ahead.
So I want to be very clear. At no point ever in life will this ever be me conducting therapy online. Okay. So, I want to go ahead and clear that up with you thinking that this was therapy. There was a conversation I was having with Darnell. So I will never do therapy online. Not going to happen. We joke around and say Thursday therapy. I'm a therapist. We have conversations. And I really do hope you go back. With that being said, I'm going to double down on what the conversation Darnell and I had. And I think he does have a lot to offer. He's been through a lot. He's accomplished a lot, and he needs to stay in what he's accomplished and not the crap that he's been through. I do think he needs to work through the crap that he's been through. So again, I will never provide therapy online. In an open space like this, it's not going to happen. I will have conversations and I will refer back to my experiences as a therapist. And I love this platform. I want to continue to do this. But I think when comments are made about somebody's profession, I think we got to have all the context before we make statements like that, because I do take offense to that. So I do very well working with veterans. And I love working with veterans. So, make the statement that, questioning my professional expertise, I take issue with that. This was not therapy. It was a conversation. So with that being said, I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
Georgia. I apologize.
yeah. Good night, Miss Georgia.
All right, y'all have a good night, and I will see you next Thursday.
Hey,
All right.
before you go, George, I'm as soon as this guy finishes it up, because what you said just hit a nerve. Because I think we talked about it before. My next video is the art of not giving a damn. And that's exactly what it is. So when that comes out, when he finishes it up, I'll send that to you, because it talks about all of that. And so you'll be the first to see it.
All right.
We appreciate it. You have a good evening.
All right,
I hope it didn't get too intense for you.
No, I like this platform. See, I don't have to get loud and ghetto and cuss y'all out.
I thought that was.
Excuse me. I feel you cuss me out. I don't know.
I will never. No, I will never. I will get in my
joking,
feelings. I'm
Georgia.
human,
I'm joking.
and I will defend myself. But I will never go low. I will not.
I'm
So
joking,
I
sister.
appreciate this platform.
She's better
You know,
than
the reason
Michelle
I
Obama.
poked at you, the reason I poked at you, because you're a bear. You are do the dance. You're a bear. You know, and I'm going to poke at you. I'm just going to let you know that I meant no offense. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire about certain things that I have beliefs about. I'm an old man with old thoughts. That's why I say, hey, suck it up and move on. But I was just poking the bear.
I don't mind, but I'm always going to defend myself.
I know that about you. That's what I like.
You know what, Richard? If I'm not challenged, then I don't learn. Okay, so I will never leave here cussing folks out and I'm gonna get in my feelings, but I'm also gonna stay and hear you out. So you have very relevant points, and I'm gonna hear you out, but I also know the difference between a conversation and therapy, and I will never say that I'm going to do therapy on the show.
I know that wasn't
that's an issue to that.
I apologize. I mischaracterized. I used the wrong word. So again, blessings to you, my sister. We appreciate you up here.
Thank you.
They say it's the lion's den. They might as well say it's the lion and the bear's den now, because you're the bear in the room to me. You got the knowledge in the inside.
Lion's Den's on Friday. This Thursday night therapy session.
Oh, my bad.
And Richard, just to let you know,
listen. Don't confuse our brands. Don't confuse our brands.
My bad.
Richard, this is unlike the show that you watch on Wednesdays, where there may be a female of color that uses a lot of profanity and cusses people out. This is a different type of show. We don't do that over here.
I will never.
Professional.
I know this. I like to poke the bear.
I don't mind. I don't mind. So Darnell, I do want us to have a conversation offline at some point.
I have.
Don't do it.
Well, Phyllis has his number. If you'd like me to pass it on,
absolutely.
Darnell?
Is that okay
Darnell,
with you, Darnell? Let me get Darnell's permission first. He might block my number. Do I get your permission?
Oh no, absolutely. Go. Absolutely. I don't mind at all. I'd love to talk to you, Miss Georgia.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Well, I think we all going to bed. We've been on for 4 hours. I've been trying to get this show down to 2 hours, and we just can't.
It's not going to happen because we all talk too much.
Yeah.
Well,
all right, good night. Oh no.
I just want to say one more thing before you close the show, but we can save it before you close it.
No, Georgia, you can go.
No.
Yeah, you can go on, Miss Georgia. I'm not.
Good night, y'all. Have a good weekend.
Not for your ears. Okay, we're trying to save you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I couldn't wait.
I hope we ain't gonna be just shutting down for because every time we say we're gonna go, we'll be on another hour, and I cannot do that, my brother. I got to go.
Plus, we got tomorrow. Tomorrow night's gonna be a doozy. We're going through all 100+ goddamn executive orders.
Yeah, we're
talking about Trump tomorrow and his first less than a week of actions through all his.
You're never gonna make it. You'll never get to those last 100. You might get to 50.
If we get there.
Now, for clarity, Phyllis, all of y'all are in America?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Two of us are right in Texas, not more than 250 miles from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I just want to clarify for the record, man, I really like Discord. So when I come up, I really admire what you brothers are doing. Again, props to your setup, everything that you're doing. I have a little experience in this stuff, and I will park the car and defer to Darnell. You held your own tonight, my brother. I enjoy that you guys allow me to come up, but I am going to push back on certain things because of just my experience from a different generation, and some of that needs to be said as well. And that's why I appreciate y'all allowing me to come up and say it, man. Thank you.
Richard, let me tell you this, man, just so you understand. We do not want in any way to have an echo chamber. There are times that me and Ronan will, before the show, we may agree on a subject, but we're going to disagree so that we can argue the other side of the view.
You got to know both ends, man. You got to know your enemy, right? So you can't
watch
play
y'all
like
do it. And that's what drew me to your live. I watch y'all do it. I'm like, oh, okay. They friends.
We do not want an echo chamber. We
and it sounds like sometimes we getting into it, like, yo, niggas, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? But it's all in play.
Yes,
it's all in realness. But we have to speak to the people that are listening to us. We know our analytics, and we know who's listening, even on playback. And those are the guys we're speaking for. So we speak in the third person a lot of times, even though at our age we already know better. We have to speak in the terminology in the way that the people that are listening to us can understand.
And what I learned, Richard, from one of my supervisors, we would go into the room and I would sit on one side of the table, he would sit on the other. And he would say, there's some things I just want you to disagree with me for. And the reason that would happen is if we were ever in a room and people would question his authority, they felt like if I say something against him, I'll be punished. And because of that, he couldn't get an open dialogue. He couldn't get an understanding of where things should be. So he wanted the disagreement. And just like that, the way you disagreed with Georgia, it made her think. It made us think. It made everyone maybe look at something from a different perspective. And that's what we want to do, because we may come into one way of thinking when the show starts. And by the time the show ends, we're like, well, man, I never thought of it that way. I want a different. So we do not in any way want any type of echo chamber.
It's not in our house. But that's why I went up and looked up your Thomas Anthony Harris and found out his little phrase and knew that it was an old school, antiquated thought and belief system that had been modified and changed by now.
And while I'm here, and I can't, because you got it covered with our overlay, I can't get to the American lives.
Say antiquated, Ronan.
Yeah, I did. I used the word like antiquated on you, Mr. I'm 70 years old.
Bring him back. I can't see his YouTube. I'm trying to get to his YouTube page while Richard is here. But you got the overlays, so I can't see it. American.
Hey, wait.
I got
what? Don't bother. Don't bother.
Don't bother. I was going to subscribe to you, my brother.
Don't bother. I'll send it to you. I emailed Ronan the other day, but I know you guys are busy. So don't bother. I don't really produce content. I like coming up on you guys' show. For the record, the only reason I went up to Zed's show was to stop telling black men or black women to date outside their race. Do what you got to do. Love is where you find it. But I battled her for that. And I started going up there because I kind of, fit in where I get in. Same thing with you guys. I started watching you guys around the same time. I've seen a lot of terrible conversations between Phyllis and the chat and the cloud. You know what I'm talking about. And I said, man, that ain't right. And she's so kind to her husband. So that's not even her. It's a character. She's the female Charleston White. Just what it is. But you guys have probably one of the most intelligent conversations. You're well-traveled. You have a therapist up here. There's a niche for this. And if you aren't already monetized, I just want to say a little YouTube science with you guys, because I failed at it, but I learned from my failures, right? You can find yourself in a CPM where there are apps and pharmaceuticals, not that you would let that bleed in, but you can find support for what you're doing, therapeutics. This is a very monetizable channel, but beyond the monetization, the beauty of you guys, you don't need the money, and you're doing it all for free, right? I have
wait,
premium.
Stop yourself right there. Let me stop you right there.
You making some money?
We would love to make money. We would love to be syndicated, but we understand the paying our dues. You get what I'm saying? We understand
we are monetized though.
Our viable content. We are monetized on each other's channels, but at the same time, no, we are looking for all of that sponsorships, an open dialogue with multiple different genders, and well, there's
Here's
two
a
now.
suggestion.
There's only male and female, but I'm just saying other cultures. That's why you saw the white ladies last week. You know, we're bringing in more people and diversifying our audience for a reason. You get what I'm saying? We're not trying to be the echo chamber.
Here's a suggestion. Reach out to a couple of veteran organizations. Let them know what you're doing. Take a day in your scheduling. Do a show. I will not appear, but do a show about veterans. Now, Ronan, you're a vet. Fearless, you appear because you are the moderator for the show. I will not attend. Get some vets up. Bring the doctor up. Bring Georgia up.
Oh, that's coming. That's what she already alluded to. We just haven't gotten there.
Reach out to a couple of veteran organizations. Get some emails of their PR departments. Let them know you'll be streaming this. See what happens. Watch what happens, in other words. Fearless, tap your college. Yeah, alma mater.
Correct. Yeah.
I wanted to have this conversation offline, so that's why I emailed Ronan to see if I could get us in a little group chat. And of course, Darnell, let them know. But the fact is, this is what needs to happen. You know, damn Project 2025. This is y'all are creating Project 2026. If you tap into the right people, they'll tap into your CPM because Google probably already got them as advertisers, and then watch what happens.
Correct.
And you can things and build out sessions. You know, that you guys are on a major thing. I just wanted to say that, like, kind of offline, outside the chatter. And I always am very honored that y'all have me up, man.
We greatly appreciate your opinion, man. It's like I said, steel sharpens steel. I'm a firm believer in that. And just because Georgia says something doesn't, let's get a different perspective.
Yeah, no
she
offense
says
to
it doesn't necessarily be right. No, it's not. Like we said with Norris, we don't take it to that drastic level where it's like I have to come at you personally. It's just, hey, let me. I'm asking you questions. I want to know what's going on. Let's get to it, because there may be a disconnect in your understanding of it.
That's clearly evident to your audience, brother. And I'm just an audience member who has the privilege of coming up and sharing not just my opinion, but my experience.
Yes. I've already said I'm already on a tick. I'm already there, bro.
You feeling it?
Yeah.
You feeling it? What happened to my talk? I ain't got that talk no more. I want to defer to Darnell. Brother, thank you. Again, I'm going to put it in park right here.
Well, I think we'll all put it in park.
But there's one thing I want to say before you close the show out.
Uh-oh. What?
I'll keep it brief. Again, but from last week, it was a misunderstanding. I believe there was a misunderstanding last week. Again, I wouldn't be doing all this stuff if I had plans on unaliving myself. What I meant to say is that there are some things going on health-wise. Don't know what's going on, but I've had MRIs, CT scans, etc., and there's something going on, and I ain't gonna lie, it scares the hell out of me. And it's leading me to believe that there's a good chance that, hey, man, I might not be here.
Well, Darnell, then I know we made reference to it, and you need to go back and watch the show where we talked about our immortality And that's where
Living
the
life to the fullest.
tick comes from. And
Yeah.
so, as Richard was saying, he wakes up every day, and every day is a blessing. So I'm understanding you, and that's where that reference is from. That you live for the now. What if tomorrow didn't come? I know it's very difficult to say, man, this could be it. But if you listen to Richard, he's like, okay, what if it is? All right. So that might be. Go ahead, Richard. You tell him about the tick.
He already knows because I'm there, done.
Yeah.
You already know. You know when a man, guys like you, especially those who have had some experience with the military. This is what I find. All the brothers, everybody I meet out here is ex-military, retired military. I never say ex, retired military. So, but y'all have been through some of those experiences at an earlier page in the book.
Yes, we have.
If you haven't been through that experience, it comes at a latter page, or when you feel a sense of illness, or disease. We all have a righteous expectation, in my belief, that I have a righteous expectation in my beliefs that I'm going to wake up tomorrow, right? But I also, when I get to that other side of the dream that I just had, I realized that, well, here's another lifetime. Tick, here's another lifetime. So, Darnell, that you've been to the point perhaps of like, hey, man, F it all. What I proposed on the panel, and because these conversations get very elastic, what I proposed on the panel was, but haven't we all? I was so dying to ask Georgia, without it being personal, like, can we talk about like the hardest thing you've ever had to get through? Trauma, right? But I'm like, nah, they're going to tell you, hey, man, don't ask that. This is a lady, she's married. But I really want to know because we've all been there, yo. Georgia said this, I think you all agreed, being black in America is no joke. Now, I'm over here in Thailand, so I'm no longer black. Just to let you know. I came to Thailand to stop being black.
No, you're just a Farang.
Thank you. Whatever you want to call me over here. They talk behind my back and giggle. I don't know what they're saying, so it don't hurt.
By the way, if you really want to know, you can get these headsets right here.
Oh, shameless plug. Go.
Yes. No, I'm just playing with you. Go ahead. But it does do translate in real time. Yeah.
So
go ahead.
If you're selling those, I hope you got an Amazon store.
I do.
There you go. You need to reach out to them.
Have you looked in my description lately? A lot of people just don't look in descriptions nowadays.
Bro, I went to your Facebook. I went to your personal YouTube.
Go in my description. Go in my description on any live.
I friended you. I've been in your description.
Yeah, I know. I've been on your page.
I just read the bio part. I didn't want to hear your shameless plugs. I just read the top paragraphs.
And you heard the song playing in the background too, copywritten and all.
I did.
Make sure you're entertained while you're on my page. I got
Bruno
Mars singing.
Yeah, remove that. You can find a Bruno Mars sound alike for free on YouTube. I promise you. They got a library of free music that you can play and not get a strike. So we can get into that another day. If you guys would like to have a personal conversation, I've emailed you, Ronan. You can feel free. I've reached out to both of y'all on your other social medias as much as I could.
No, I already locked you in. I already locked you in.
I went to your spam problem. But if we can have a conversation offline, the reason I come up here is because this is me. This is what I love to do. I used to do this back in the day. I won't get into it now. But look, I know where you're headed. And if you just up here as Mother Teresa, then that's one thing. But there's no reason not to monetize it. Because YouTube is, when you play that Bruno Mars song, guess what happens? That particular video that you spent all that time editing and making gets monetized to Bruno Mars. YouTube decided 2 or 3 years ago that you can play copyrighted music, but the artist gonna get paid every time. No question.
Most of the songs here, I've either bought the license or it's copyright free music. But I do
YouTube doesn't-
want to ask you some questions about, I know a YouTuber that does use.
Just not on this session, brother. I
Yeah.
told y'all we was gonna go another 30
Yeah,
minutes.
look,
I know
Trying to
it.
get
Yeah,
off.
We can talk offline. Yeah.
So the email I sent you, Ronan, has my American phone number. Between you and Fearless, I'd love to talk to you. And I'm like an old guy who has knowledge and insight and wisdom and experience that if I could share that with y'all, every 24 hours to me is a lifetime. This is a great connection for me. And I'm not talking to y'all like y'all don't know what y'all doing. You know what you're doing. What's that?
There's just certain things we may not know that you have I've tried to tell, and I won't go into a long story. I just tried to tell that other channel this. I said, if somebody spent 10 years to try to become a millionaire and they can tell me all the mistakes in 10 minutes, it won't take me 10 years to become a millionaire. So
don't take you 2 hours to watch 60 minutes. That's my point. Don't take you 2 hours to watch 60 minutes.
Exactly. So, and so your knowledge would be greatly appreciated.
It would be better served offline, just in a group conversation. It's daytime to me. That's why I'm going along with y'all. I apologize. I know y'all got to go. Respect your time zone. And
I got a girlfriend on your side of the planet. You think she lets me go to bed early?
I'm going to bed early.
Word.
So I'm gonna end this stream. If not, y'all gonna keep going.
Listen. He thinks he's going to bed early. The minute he gets off that mic, his daughter is going to wake up.
I know.
And his daughter is going to be like, Dad.
She ain't there yet, but she's going to be crying.
Yeah.
Y'all don't even look
crying
sleep.
and wanting to snuggle up and all the things that baby daughters want to do.
Mm-hmm.
When you get my age, you get to get lazy. I'm lazier than I've ever known in my lifetime. You get to get lazy. But that's why I said to you, Darnell, it gets greater later. You might be too young to just be feeling like you want to just be lazy, my brother. But it'll come back again. And if you play your hand right and you on your way, this boy about to do a land deal, he'll get a chance to be lazy. And that's okay, man. Lazy is all right. I'm okay. You're okay. No. Don't listen to these overachievers. That's my new nickname for y'all. I'm gonna take back Knuckle Dragger. I apologize.
It's better than what we were called before, the geriatric twin.
Or the
y'all can wait to get my age, trust me, and then move abroad and then got nothing to do all day.
I'll be over there in the next couple months. I'll be over there by April. What you talking about?
I'm talking about living where
Thailand. I'm going to the Philippines in April. That's where I'm staying at.
Yeah, you're gonna move
their
to the
infrastructure is nowhere near Thailand's.
I'm not concerned with that. I understand how to bring
it. It's not even cheaper, Ronan.
I don't care about that part.
He going for different reasons.
No, okay. Oh, that's where you're okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Plus, my master, my degree was in architecture, bro. Anything that ain't there, I can make. I'm an out of box thinker. That's why I talk the way I talk.
See, this is how we get into overtime. Ronan.
I know, man. I'm telling y'all, let's get another show, brother. Let's do it on another show.
Please indulge me. I'm giving you ideas for another show.
I'm trying to load a video so I can have a closing video out of here.
Ronan,
it's taking too long.
I interviewed several of the Los Angeles chapter members for several years of the National Organization of Minority Architects. Mm-hmm. I even interviewed Zena Howard, the lead project manager of the African American Museum of History and Art in DC.
All very unique people and very out of the box thinkers. I'm sure.
I admire architecture, and that's all I said that for. And if we can ever have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fellas.
We got to end this, even though this video ain't done loading. God damn it! I'm actually loading video in the background, but I guess we're not going to have a closing video.
We'll just play it next week.
Yeah, just pull us up out of here.
All right.
You don't have to leave. We can go to the great room, but
we can't. Y'all gonna keep on talking.
We need to turn this goddamn and the stream, man. Damn.
I'm gonna like and subscribe. Subscribe.
Push the damn like.